Good evening, friends. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, with you once again to talk watches. We're actually going to continue slash start from the beginning the Ineichen Zürich auction preview that I was doing last time. There was a little bit of a mix-up, um, technical difficulties on my end, which is really just another way of saying that I effed up and forgot to turn the mic on, back on after a break. We ended up skipping over like half an hour, significant chunk. So it's my bad. We're going to start from the beginning. Der Stiefel is in the chat from Michigan. Thank you for being here. Um, and thank you for sharing your feelings about Grand Seiko. Um, I don't have such strong feelings for or against it, for better or worse. I just have that stupid tagline that I made up. My position on Grand Seiko is I never pay more than a grand on Seiko. Um, it is what it is. It actually does describe me as a pretty dedicated customer of that brand. And um, you can call me a collector of Seiko. I have the King Turtle, which I love, which I wore to the gym just earlier today. That's my watch when I'm working hard, when I feel great, when I'm working out. I love wearing my SKX 007, SKX 009, and I also have my, of course, Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers piece that has the blue dial. But when you think about it, at the prices that I bought it for, all those pieces just barely go above a grand, actually. So I've kept my word. I don't pay more than a grand on a Seiko, um, but I don't judge people who do. Listen, already at the prospects line, especially, Presage is not really my um, up my alley, not really my style. But there are a lot of interesting things up to 1500 in the prospects line. After that, to me, it becomes a little harder to justify the price point. When it comes to Grand Seiko, if you are interested in and even emotionally and even intellectually invested in the spring drive as a project, it's really hard. It's really hard. You have to really appreciate the particular kind of handwork that goes into finishing some of their dials. You have to uh, have an appreciation for the way they polish the dial fixtures and the hands and even the cases. For me, it's not really my style. So it is what it is. Mike David, again, great point. Secondhand Grand Seiko are a great value. And look, Mike David, that has always been my philosophy as well. People make a lot about value retention, right? They like to look serious and pretend to know a lot about the investment value of watches. Um, Me, I'm a poor collector. I have my taste, I have my knowledge, I have the decades which I used to study because I wanted to get the best bang for the buck, get the best watch that my money could get, and that I would be emotionally invested in. So far, so good. But for me, if a brand has bad value retention, but good inherent horological value, historical status, the right kind of legacy, for me, That's a good thing, because that means that someone else may well, considering all these factors, eat that loss at retail. And if that person doesn't want to keep that watch on in their collection, on a second round, I will have a better chance to pick it up at a price I like, at a price I can afford, at a price point that fits my budget. So, Mike, you have the right way to go about it. So I will start again with the Independence 2023 auction, which actually Ineichen is organizing as a live event, organizing in person. That doesn't change the fundamental elements of their disruptive business model. Still no buyer's premium. Still, you can register here to put in your absentee bid, which the prices won't yet reflect until the auction actually starts on April 11th in Geneva, as it happens, and not in Zurich. And I'm making these fine distinctions because, as you know, for the most part, it's not that they don't have auctions in person, but they have completely front loaded or privileged their online model and this disruptive model to reach a global audience in a way that even some of the most effective and far reaching and successful auction houses sometimes can't. And they also have on each lot of this auction a buy it now price, a fixed price, which can be actually triggered today, right here and now. So we're looking at Gérald Janta Tourbillon Sonnerie Répétition, which is a pièce unique, one of a kind piece. We talked a little bit about this piece yesterday. I still do want to read because they actually took their time and came up with interesting narratives and pretty detailed descriptions for each piece. But I want to highlight a few interesting things. Now, Charles Janta established his own brand already in the late 60s, but it took him a while to get it off the ground. And we talked a little bit about the history of independent brands, especially those led by watchmakers for quite some time. And we talked about this through the example of Daniel Roth, for example, who basically earned his chops at Audemars Piguet when it was quite difficult for him, right? Even though he had ancestors who were from Valais de Joux, he himself was born and raised in Nice, where he and in France, where he went to watchmaking school, where he also learned the trade with his generations of his family. But ultimately, he ended up going to Switzerland and get a job at AP, where he was the only watchmaker who was not from the town of Le Brassus. So imagine the kind of isolation and exclusion at the time. At any rate, he was recruited from there by the Chomet brothers to revive Breguet as a modern watch brand. He established a lot of what we recognize as the classic visual cues and aesthetic codes of Breguet today. And he also uh, was ahead of the curve in so many ways in creating uh, a tourbillon wristwatch. Already he was working on it before the Chomet brothers went under. Um, he also had a great balance, which is exemplary for future generations of independence, of course, between ultra thin dress watches, more complicated pieces, such as a hand wound chronograph, perpetual calendar chronographs, as well as finally the tourbillon wristwatch, which at the time perhaps was not as common at all as an implementation on the wrist, whereas it later became a rite of initiation for uh, any new brand, simply, and certainly for any emergent independent watchmaker, just as much as the aesthetics that he established, those silvered, um, these gold blank dials that are silvered in a galvanic bath, decorated by hand guilloche, and stacked with heat blued stainless steel hands. All of those elements, in a very general way, to be sure, describe a lot of the independent brands and their aesthetics we have today. Well, that was late 80s, right? So when Daniel Roth separated himself out, um, and went his own way, just as the Chomet brothers were going under, um, he was practically the only person as an independent watchmaker to put his own name on the dial. What an outrageous thing, right? That was something uh, unseen, practically. Well, Gerard Janta did it before him. Of course, Gerard Janta was not a watchmaker himself, even though he had training in as a jewelry maker. But that's all the more important. Such was the strength of the Janta name that, in fact, in the late 80s and 90s, this is something I think Nick Fawkes wrote about the Janta Heritage uh, Foundation, saying something like, I think if you were an important personality, like a billionaire or a sheikh or anything of that sort, the watch you would go for would be minute repeater, ideally a sonnerie, which, of course, I think is in a way a great compliment. And the owner of Chronopassion, which is one of the big retailers in Paris for these kinds of watches, also says something quite important and quite touching too. Without Jarajanta, without his genius and creative freedom, we would still be stuck with a round watch and crocodile strap. Not a horrible vision, perhaps, but um, it says a lot about the revolution he brought, especially with the integrated bracelets, stainless steel watch category that nowadays commands quite a bit on the markets, more than a decade after his death. But Lot 1 is Sonnerie, has, and it's a sonnerie that has the same chime as the Big Ben. So I will read the details first, and then what the good folks wrote about um, reasons to bid for this watch, and then we can go on to the lot essay. A unique, impressive, and extremely complicated yellow gold Grande et Petite Sonnerie minute repeating wristwatch with Westminster chime and tourbillon from the Haute Horlogerie Swiss brand Janta, founded in 1969 and active until 2010. Of course, 2011 was when he passed away. This piece is estimated to have been produced between 04 to 2010 in a 41 millimeter case, sapphire case back, as you can see. We'll get a better look at the pictures in a second. It features an open worked dial with spherical polished indexes or indices and filet sauté guilloché motif, caliber GG 31001, hand wound with reversed hand fitting, chiming and repeating on 4 hammers onto 4 gongs, marked by Ponson de Genève quality mark. Now, reverse hand fitting is a rather awkward phrase, I should say, and just another way of saying basically what usually is on the case back side of the watch comes on the dial side, right? That it's basically flipped over. But of course, that's not such an easy and intuitive process. It actually involves some modification of the movement where you fit the hands the other way around, hence reverse hand fitting. The reason I wanted to describe is because we are going to see this come up in some of the other open worked watches here. As you can see, the watch carries the hallmark of Geneva right here. You can see the guilloché decorations as well as the floral designs that decorate the exposed bridges. And you can also look at the indices for the hour markers that are mirror polished. You can see the hammers. Rather well. And of course, you can see the tourbillon as well, right here at 10 o'clock, basically. The power reserve indicators, as well as the on and off indicators for the chiming functions of the watch, are actually on the case back. As you can see, power reserve for both the timekeeping functions of the watch itself as well as the chiming operations of the watch. You can switch between Grande et Petite Sonnerie, and you can silence the chiming functions altogether if you wish. The case is very unique in that it is actually the sporty arena case that's usually used for the sports watches that Janta produced, like the chronograph, like some of the retrograde pieces. But since this is a professional individual commission, the person must have asked for them to use this case. Power reserve for the sonnerie mechanism is 1 day, 24 hours in the Grande Sonnerie mode, 28 hours in the Sonnerie mode. Probably the entire mechanism, just as a timekeeper, should last at for 42 hours or more. And it's served on original black leather strap by Jarajanta, as well as a matching Jarajanta pin buckle in 18 karat yellow gold. And they say the Grande Sonnerie Carillon Westminster Tourbillon is a one-of-a-kind piece that would appear to be a fine purchase for the collector thanks to its outstanding and memorable design, elaborate hand finishing and decoration of the caliber, which is quite extraordinary, and the unique combination of Empire and Baroque styles. Those are also, by the way, lines in Gérald Janta's catalog. So in a way, you mix and match all the different aspects of arena, empire, and baroque. Of course, this is the prestige complication of all prestige complications. You have the Grand and Petite Sonnerie, as well as a minute repeater, extremely rare, most complicated, and even more sophisticated, of course, with the addition of the tourbillon. And what better time? I think, as you may have already heard, Louis Vuitton is reviving the Gérald Janta brand along with Daniel Roth. And from what I see in terms of the pictures they post of Gérald Janta watches, they will go with pieces like this one, right? It will be just like they started their journey in Daniel Roth with a remake, in a way, of the C187 Tourbillon. There's a good chance that the first Gérald Janta watch they will produce is going to be something outrageously complicated. It will be either something like Grande et Petite Sonnerie, or a perpetual calendar, or better yet, a combination of these two. So there's a good chance that it will be that kind of piece. So what better time I really love this case, by the way. It kind of looks to me like a more aggressive version of what Daniel Roth designed for the Breguet wristwatch case, with those teardrop lugs and fluted case band. This piece actually does not have the fluting that Gérald Janta implemented as a more brute way of turning it into a coin edging. You can see that in sports watches, but since this watch has too many pushers and crowns for adjustments, I think they have foregone those detailed decorations. I don't think the watch suffers from it, though. It still looks incredibly beautiful. And somehow, honestly, with even all the ornate decorations on the dial, the arena case fits it pretty perfectly. 41 millimeters. Hey, Van Lux. How are you doing, man? Nice to see you as well. A few. If I talk about some of them, people will start doxing me. So let's just say a couple of European languages and some others. Wow. Oh my God, man. You got to share that with us. You really do. You know, a Calatrava is always special. I think in fact, the earlier you can go with a Calatrava without the size becoming a problem, because I know, even for dress watches, people want something that is at least 36, 37 millimeters today. Completely understandable. But 59, 5167, 5960. Jesus. Sorry, guys. I still have the brain fog. I feel much better now after losing out on an entire week. But here I am. Whew. Whether we are talking about the 96 or 5127, I think that generation of Calatravas are just great. So here's the lot essay from Ineichen for this chiming watch and tourbillon by Jargenta. Jargenta, considered to be one of the most important modern watch designers and actually the inventor of this profession, during his career collaborated with many renowned Swiss watch manufacturers, including Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, IWC, Universal Genève, Omega, Bulgari, Cartier, Seiko, and others. World famous as the father of the Royal Oak and Nautilus designs, he started his own line in 1969, so even before he came up with those two iconic designs. The brand is widely known for its outstanding, daring, sometimes provocative designs, fine craftsmanship, and extraordinary, uber complicated sonnerie models. The first version of the Grand Sonnerie moment with a grand chime function, cathedral, quote unquote, Westminster, quarter chime, minute repeater, and tourbillon was completed in 1994 by Pierre-Michel Gollet, who had been working at Jargenta since 1973 and at the time was their technical director. From 2002, Gollet headed the R&D department at Frank Müller, right? The other master of complications, as he presented himself at that time. The Jargenta brand is now owned by Bulgari, but we all know that's no longer the case. The ownership was basically shifted within LVMH to Louis Vuitton, and specifically to their high complications and high horology workshop, La Fabrique du Temps, which is led by Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazini, who are the master watchmakers and who have actually spent time working for and working with both Jargenta and Daniel Roth, both brands that they are now responsible in reviving. In 2010, the production of collections with the Jargenta brand name ceased to continue, although in 2022 they were restarted. And those were mostly the annual releases of the bi-retro pieces, the Mickey Mouse watches, so to speak, which, by the way, are cute. They're nice. I don't, this is not an occasion to diss them, but they were, one, in extremely limited number, two, very hard to buy, very hard to get allocations for. But I think they also had a few more pieces, probably in platinum, that were much more plain and just preserved the bi-retro functionality without the Disney character. Those looked great to me. In either case, after 2010, Bulgari continued to produce Grande Sonnerie watches under its own brand name. So it kind of inherited the expertise. And by the way, no doubt, right? There is, the names may have been now shifted to Louis Vuitton, but Bulgari's watch manufacture was built in Le Sentier because they bought and then inherited from the Hourglass Gerald Janta and Daniel Roth at the same time, which was already in the process of becoming a kind of high horology division anyway. So as much as it has a lot to do with LVMH's investments and directions, the way Bulgari had this ascendance in the watchmaking world has a lot to do, of course, with the kind of know-how, savoir-faire, expertise they have inherited from these two masters. Since 1994, Grande Sonnerie wristwatches have been produced in extremely limited quantities. Hey, it's okay, man. I actually, I love what I do. I really do love what I do. So, I don't consider it. I don't at all consider myself missing out on anything. And I don't know if I dress nice or anything, but honestly, for me, it is a matter of respect. Even if I were, even if I'm wearing a hoodie, I try to put some thought into what I'm going to be presenting on, what I'm going to be talking about. So it's out of respect for the audience if I'm wearing something that you consider nice. But thank you for the compliment. So by definition, these Grande Sonnerie pieces were produced in extremely limited quantities under the Gerald Janta brand name. During the production span, the ultra-complex movement was constantly modernized and various versions of it were also developed. This includes the caliber 31001 of the present example, hand-wound, chiming, and repeating on 4 hammers onto 4 gongs, playing a Westminster chime with a different tune for each quarter, and a handful of self-winding movements for some other Sonnerie watches, featuring various configurations with a traditional or retrograde time indication or with a perpetual calendar, as with some of the watches that we saw on Gerald Janta's revived Instagram page just now. The peculiarity of the present caliber lies in the use of reversed hand fitting scheme. Just as we said, it's a caliber that's flipped over, right, to make that open worked dial worthwhile, so that the chiming and repeating mechanism, which is usually situated under the dial, is fitted on the reverse side of the watch, while the time indication, tourbillon, striking hammers, and gongs are on the dial side of the watch. This scheme was used by Janta extremely rarely, much less often than other self-winding versions. The present example is also peculiar in the extraordinary combination of styles, the round case of the Arena collection, as I mentioned a little earlier, the dial with polished spherical indices and sword-shaped hands are unmistakably of the Empire style, while the operating elements, the winding and switching crowns, repeater start button, as well as the caliber with golden bridges decorated with flamboyant, fluorescent engraving, in the mi-fleur version are signs of the Baroque style. The fleurissant style, which rarely appears in wristwatches solely of the high-end category, is known to the connoisseur as one of the ways to decorate luxury pocket watches produced in the 19th century for the Chinese market. The so-called montre chinoise, whose manufacturers were concentrated in the Swiss town of Fleurier. Finished to the highest standard, this watch reveals an appealing, flamboyant side of high watchmaking arts, haute horlogerie. So you basically have all the three product lines, as they were saying. The round and polished case of the Arena with those drooping lugs. The crown with its beaded grip is also part of the Arena design. The dial harkens to the Empire line of products that Gérard Jantin had, whereas the decoration of the open work dial takes after his Baroque style. So this is the Tourbillon Sonnerie Répétition, one-of-a-kind watch. The starting bid is $187,100. And the piece also has a fixed price of $440,150. There are already 2 bids for this watch at lot number 1. We're in for a long night, so please hit the like button. I will go through the entire auction hopefully tonight. If not, if someone comes in to discuss something, converse about something, I would happily stop this thing at its tracks and get back to you. If you want me to go back or skip ahead, feel free to send me the lot number with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to dive into a particular watch in some detail. This is a Voutilainen 28 Ti, also a one-of-a-kind piece, executed in mirror polished titanium using the 28 case. Has that same method of reverse hand fitting, right? So that aspects of the caliber which would have otherwise ended on the reverse side behind the dial are now actually on the dial side of the watch. This includes, of course, the oversized balanced wheel, which beats at I think 2.5 hertz, 18,000 semi-oscillations per hour, most certainly, and has this stunning bridge that is mirror polished to an extent that it reminds you of these very elegant bridges that a lot of the elite brands use for their tourbillons. This is also a very beautiful watch, and again, pièce unique as testified by this plaque that says unique piece. On the case back, you have actually a subdial for seconds and a power reserve indicator as well. And I somehow like that division of the labor. You have something quite architectural, elegant, and very well decorated on the dial side, and you have a couple of utilitarian touches on the back, which echoes well with this artistic reversal. .39mm case in titanium, less than 13.5 millimeters thick. Of course, the sapphire case back. Hands are fashioned out of pink gold and with those blackened steel details, which make them look, depending on how you want to perceive it, either like bird beaks or observatory hands. I like both descriptions, quite honestly. The caliber is called 28, which is a hand-wound caliber. In this example, it's flipped over, it's reversed hand fitting with a power reserve up to 65 hours. And this is, of course, made by Kari Voutilainen, who founded his own workshop in Motier in 2002, who is of Finnish origin and today probably considered one of the grandfathers of independent watchmaking. I guess if you think of a kind of holy trinity of independence, you would probably say Philippe Dufort, Kari Voutilainen, and François-Paul Jaune. This is not to neglect the importance of so many other brands that we will continue to cover on this channel, and especially today. But I guess those are really the first three names that come to mind from established independent watchmakers. Let's read a little bit from the lot essay. Hi, Uncle Fester. Van Lux, thank you for reminding everyone to hit the like button. Uncle Fester, good evening to you. I don't know. I'm not really covering that on this channel. Though I very much sympathize with all the victims, I do sometimes ask some of the people. I'm not going to name any names, but last time I checked, unfortunately not. Yeah, it's a very strange situation, and I had nothing to do with it, thankfully, but I kind of feel ashamed for the platforms in this community that have aided and abetted him, and now are simply not doing enough to rectify the situation. But again, it's not my place to judge anyone. I do universally identify with the victims of that situation. Coming back to the lot 2 of Ineichen Zürich's upcoming auction on May 11 in Geneva, that is exclusively dedicated to independent brands. Let's read this about this one-of-a-kind 28 Kari Voutilainen watch that is fashioned in mirror-polished grade 5 titanium, and of course with an open-worked dial. Among today's independent watchmakers, Voutilainen is considered one of the best in the art of hand finishing. He does this to perfection, applying it to the parts of the caliber, the hands, the dial, and the case. In addition, he is a talented inventor and caliber designer who has launched a series of minute repeaters and a rare decimal rehearsal function. In 2014, for the watches, produced under his brand name and based on the principles of observatory chronometric caliber, and obviously with the design of the famous Peseux 260 observatory caliber in mind, he developed the excellent in-house base caliber 28, which may be regarded as the perfect movement for a collector's watch. And sure enough, right, people, you can perhaps justify the trend towards three-handers and time and date only watches in many of the different luxury brands, because those are their entry-level watches, and at least at retail they had that accessibility, or at least the sheen of accessibility. Here, of course, we are talking about a category where even the three-handers are a pretty penny. So clearly, there is something about a pure hand-wound caliber that is very well finished and masterfully exhibited to compel the collector. I think it's something that you can't simply explain. Hey, you know, people love watches like the simplicity, or 28, you know, simply because they are, you know, they're more accessible. Well, they're not, certainly not anymore. You can buy much more complicated watches at that price point, you know, when you already go to six figures and more, much more sometimes. So there must be a reason, right, why a lot of high rolling collectors go for these kinds of watches that are deceptively simple but are made to perfection, finished to perfection. Voutilainen's concept includes a very large balance wheel, a classic layout, and excellent hand finishing of all parts of the caliber, including an incredibly meticulously finished balance bridge, offering an unimpeded view of the escapement and balance. We just talked about this, but I will go right back in a second. Kari Voutilainen approaches the finishing of the balance bridge with the same meticulousness with which very skilled watchmakers finish the bridge of a high-class tourbillon. Besides, Voutilainen abandoned the classic Swiss lever escapement in favor of another invention by Abraham Louis Breguet, namely his échappement naturel, the natural escapement, albeit in a modernized version. So here's the oversized balance wheel that beats at a lower pace, and the balance bridge that is polished to a mirror finish. And I think there are a few reasons to choose an oversized balance wheel and to have a caliber that beats at a lower pace, especially in an open worked dial like this, but he's using the same caliber on you know, any other time only 28. It's a mostly aesthetic choice, right? Because simply there is a certain wibbly wobbliness, a certain dance, a certain almost breathing effects to the way that a balance wheel operates, moves within that sort of the hairspring, I should say, moves within that sort of balance wheel. And of course, with the natural escapement, you get a pretty unobstructed view of other elements of the movement as well. So you have a very, very beautiful, but in a way also a very austere appearance on the face of the watch, which I really enjoyed. Just the elements of various shades of gray and the gilt pink notes, I think, finally combine beautifully on this style. The caliber received a complex direct impulse escapement, enabling a more constant distribution of energy and extended power reserve, right? So now going back to that idea of using a lower beat caliber at the industrial level of production, perhaps choosing a higher beat caliber can be a certain kind of shortcut to achieve precision and accuracy, to get closer to chronometric precision. In this case, Voutilainen certainly aspires to that. Voutilainen certainly delivers that in spades, but he also gives that to you at a lower beating caliber, which, hey, ultimately means less friction, right? And that he achieves also by eliminating the Swiss lever escapement. And less friction means basically a better life for your caliber, for your watch movements, and longer intervals between service, which, of course, for a watch like this, can make a significant difference. The large balance wheel with 4 regulating eccentrics allows fine adjustment of the rate, which, of course, contributes to the caliber's chronometric quality. The balance is paired with a chronometric hairspring featuring a Phillips curve for the external coil, while the internal coil uses the Grossmann curve. The caliber is a real beauty of watchmaking art. I'll take a look very quickly after I finish this. And thank you, Ozzy, for reminding everyone to upvote. Please, thank you. The caliber is a real beauty of fine watchmaking art, and therefore what the master did next is understandable. In 2019, he proposed the 28 Ti watch with a reverse layout caliber that you can see here. This saw the bridge side of the caliber with its large balance appear on the dial side, and the former dial side move to the rear side of the watch. He had to modify the caliber, equipped it with a reversed hand-fitting scheme, and he basically released 3 limited editions of the piece in titanium, platinum, and tantalum, each 8 or 10 pieces. A few unique pieces were also made by Voutilainen, and apparently the present lot is one of them. One of a kind, never will be produced again. The titanium case with its characteristic gray tones is complemented by the dark gray bridges of the caliber with a finely made frosted finish. The parts of the caliber in their pink gold tones stand out against the gray background, including the balance bridge, transmission wheel, the crown wheel with its cap, and finally solarized ratchet wheel and plate with the name of the brand. The pink gold hands really suit this design. The reverse of the watch has a similar design with a dark gray frosted background and parts with a pink gold tone, small seconds hand, and power reserve indicator scales, and a plate with the inscription "Unique Piece." Amazing. And this is basically a new unworn example. I don't know why it says 44 here. It is a 39 millimeter case. And this Voutilainen 28 in titanium with an open work dial is a one-of-a-kind watch that has a starting bid of $143,050 and a fixed price of $385,150 already before the live auction starts on May 11 in Geneva. This piece has attracted 9 bids. Yeah, I didn't see this watch, so let's take a quick look at that Zodiac 615. Interesting. I wonder if this was the friends and family thing that Eric was talking about the other day when we had our conversation. Perhaps not. Perhaps, I mean, is this a limited edition? Interesting. So it has kind of a rainbow colored bezel, a minute hand that matches the pointer triangle of the rotational timing bezel, which is very smart and very practical as well. I like how the minutes are graduated on the periphery of the dial. And look, I mean, I'm not really a huge fan. I told you so many times before of skeletonization or open working for the sake of it. This watch kind of looks like that, like an example of that, but I'm not going to judge right away. In either case, I mean, I kind of like it. I like Zodiac as a brand, to be honest. It's not something that I would go for. But I think at the price point, they provide a good product. I honestly, I think from recent watches they released, I was more intrigued by these limited edition Super Sea Wolf pieces, the so-called World Times. In that case, Stiefel, it sounds exactly, yeah, it sounds like a great collectible for people who already like the brand, who already collect Zodiac watches and who will be excited to see this piece. Because quite honestly, I mean, I like the aesthetics of it. And people go crazy. Of course, those are gem set watches, but people go crazy for rainbow watches lately. So I'm sure this will also take its place in the lore. By the way, guys, we are just crossing into the second hour of the broadcast. So I would genuinely appreciate it if you could hit the like button if you haven't already. It helps a great deal. Trust me, it really increases the exposure. It does boost the stream in the algorithm. Anything, you writing in the chat, super chatting, liking the video, leaving a comment after the live stream ends, all of these things help me a great deal in pushing the stream forward within YouTube's algorithms. Um, and of course, anything you contribute otherwise goes right back to the channel and goes a long way in sustaining this channel as a fully independent platform that only serves its audience. I'll take a quick break while you ponder this beautiful Vianney Alter classic, which is one of my favorite models made by independent watch brands of all time. And I will share the reasons for that momentarily. I'll be right back. Please hit the like button. Ooh, look at what I came back to. Jake Brooks, 99.99. Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Thank you, man. That pumps me up. Let me pour myself a little water. And let's get down to business. Thank you so much, JB. Wow. So the classic was exactly what it says for Vianney Alter. It was for him the three-hander that expressed the purest essence of his watchmaking art. It is also a watch that to me is a more aggressively modernist version of Jacques Janta's Pasha design for Cartier. In a way, as this write-up says about it, and as some of the members of my audience mentioned it yesterday night in the chat, this is like a steampunk, pardon me, version of Cartier's Pasha. The Vienna Alter Classic, I think, in this particular iteration, with that perfectly round case that is attached to the Vendôme lugs that harken back to that initial design by Louis Cartier, with that salmon dial that is filled up, that is first engraved with those numerals, and I think even for the sectors, and then filled in with black enamel. So that dial, which looks so plain at first sight, is actually a very intricate work of art that is exquisitely finished. It is produced from pink gold blank with a frosted finish, what the French call a grenet finish at the center of the dial, and with circular grain brushing for the hour track. It's an incredible piece. You have also outside, you have basically the indices as so many pink gold beads on the bezel for the 12 hours. And finally, you also have a similar accent, similar kinds, but the much smaller, similar kinds of those pink gold beads, but in a much smaller scale on the crown. And I believe also on the sides of the spring bar as well. So you have a beautiful minimalist 36 millimeter white gold piece that has this beautiful aesthetic flourish that is expressed in various shades of pink and pink gold at that. And over that, of course, you have those heat blued stainless steel hands that have a hue that's best described as electric. Amazing, amazing piece. And of course, you have the VH100 as a caliber, which has, of course, the workings and performance of a self-winding caliber, since it does have a rotor, but it's a mystery rotor, since it's largely fashioned in sapphire and is, for all intents and purposes, invisible. So you get the benefit of peeking into the very exquisitely and beautifully finished bridge plates of the movement, as well as every other part of it, even as you get the performance and utility, pragmatism of an automatic caliber. Swiss independent watchmaker of French origin, Vienna Alter founded his Janvier SA atelier in 1994. This piece was produced somewhere between 2000 and 2010. It is an 18 karat white gold case, 36 millimeters in diameter, um, with those distinct pink gold rivets on the bezel and the winding crown, the T-bar or Vendome lugs, and a sapphire case back that allows you to peek onto the VH100 caliber. The dial itself is fashioned out of solid rose gold. Hey, Basil, nice to see you, man. And the Stiefel says, holy smokes, Jake Brooks is not messing around. He has been one of the best friends in this streaming space for me, and certainly a very consistent supporter of this platform. I don't think I could be where I am now if it weren't for Jake Brooks. And I know he doesn't like me to say it. I know he doesn't want me to dwell on it, but I just got to give credit where it's due. So you have the dial that is fashioned from a pink gold blank that has two levels with two different finishes, as I just mentioned, frosted at the center of the dial, circularly brushed for the hour track. The caliber VH100 is a self-winding movement with a mysterious mass, that invisible rotor, with a power reserve of up to 40 hours. And the white gold pin buckle itself from Vienna Altair also has the similar pink gold details. The lot essay is pretty impressive on this one. So I will read it again in detail. The Classic is the first time only three-hander watch that Vienna Altair introduced in 2000. The watch is one of the designs created in collaboration with the American designer Jeffrey Barnes. Initially, these three designs, which may be classed as retrofuturistic, were intended for watches to be produced under the Altair Barnes brand. However, soon after the 1998 presentation of the Antiqua Perpetual Calendar watch, the new brand's inaugural project, the partnership ended. Further watches were produced under the Vienna Altair brand name. Classic watches were produced until 2010 in yellow, pink, and white gold. According to Christie's, Sotheby's, and Phillips, in total, the production was limited to 250 pieces. Some sources indicate a larger number, noting that it was perhaps 300 pieces in total. In either case, you are getting something very exclusive, very rare indeed. I mentioned this yesterday night as well. A lot of very desirable brands, whether we are talking about FP Jaune or even, a brand of Parmigiani Fleurier. We are talking about, or Beauvais, let's say, right? We are talking about brands that make less than 1,000 watches per year. I guess Parmigiani may have crossed that threshold, but in either case, those brands are already pretty exclusive. When you look at Vienna Altair, you basically have about 1,000 watches in existence in total. So it is an extremely niche brand in a way, but that does not at all really reflect the amount of respect that his name inspires. Handset pink gold rivets decorate the intricately designed white gold case. As we mentioned, the solid pink gold dial is embellished with hand engraved numerals and text filled with black fire enamel, giving the watch the inimitable look of a handcrafted antique, an ancient scientific instrument, or a marine chronometer. It is no coincidence that Vienna Alter names the worlds created in his imagination after the works of the writers Jules Verne and Herbert George Wells, who were his sources of inspiration. The use of the dials made of precious metal, the shade of which differs from the color of the metal from which the case is made, is one of the traditions of the Vienna Alter collection. This design principle has been used since the very beginning of the brand, giving Alter a special charm and raising its collector's status highly. And you can see how there's a warm contrast between the white gold case and the pink gold dial. And of course, that is very much owing to those minute but important pink gold details that form the part of the case as well. Form a part of the case, I meant to say. The VH100 caliber, seen through the sapphire caseback, was developed by Vienna Alter from the self-winding Nouvelle Lemania 8810 double-barrel movement blank. Alter modified this caliber by applying the surprising, mysterious mass winding rotor patented by him in 1999. The winding rotor is almost entirely made of transparent sapphire glass, meaning the rotor leaves an open view of the movements, and which, as a result, looks similar to a hand-wound movements, revealing its beauty to the observer. I think this might well be, I know maybe it's early to say, but Lot 4 may well be my favorite, and it also happens to be within this very rarefied level, and very comparatively expressed, relatively speaking, it seems a little more accessible than others. The starting bid is $38,550 in US dollars. You can also use the buy it now option at $93,550. There are already 5 bids on this watch in advance of the live auction that is taking place in about 30 days in Geneva. Number 5 is the FB Jaune T30, a wristwatch that François-Paul Jaune made on the 30th anniversary of the first pocket watch that he made, which was, of course, Tourbillon as well. We have talked about this impressive but also touching story previously on this channel when we had a watch along of Waco's impressive retrospective interview of FB Jaune, where they talked about some of his early ventures into watchmaking, some of his early years in watchmaking, where he was actually working on on mostly repairing watches of his uncle's customers. And these customers would include some very important collectors of the time who had lovely collections of pocket watches, Breguet pocket watches, George Daniels pocket watches, so on and so forth. And young FB Jaune was pretty much captivated by a tourbillon when he first saw it, and realizing that he would never be able to afford one, he decided to build one himself. And as they say, the rest is history. And this piece actually commemorates down to the combination of case metals, by the way, which is very unique for a modern watch, especially a wristwatch. It is a combination, after all, of sterling silver sandwiched between two beautifully polished bezels, let's say, of pink gold, as you can see here. And you can see how over the years, the silver parts of the case are now patinated. The number of the watch within the limited edition is engraved at the center of the silver case back, which is very impressively decorated by hand guilloche. That is the same with these case flanks. And that case back, I'm sure some of you has noticed the lip here. This is a hinged case back. This is officer style case back, so to speak, where you can open up and take a look at the movement. For whatever reason, they did not photograph the movement in this on this website, which is a great shame, but we can just pull up pictures from his own website because that movement looks really exquisite. So here is the watch from F.B. Jean's own website, own collection. It's 40 millimeters, like most of his watches, especially from that time period, and only 10 millimeters in thickness, which is quite impressive for this kind of watch. Tourbillon with a hinged case back as well, which of course adds to the thickness, if only a little bit. One of the most impressive things about this movement, of course, is one, the way it resonates with some of the pocket watches that Breguet made in late 18th and 19th century, and of course that George Daniels made in the 20th century. This shouldn't surprise all that much. Those are the two watchmakers which form François Paul Jean's sources of inspiration. I am a huge fan of those oversized heat blued screws. I mean, overall, I think, again, you have a very beautiful expression of how you can make the most out of something that at first blush looks very simple, very austere, but the details between the tourbillon, that lovely bridge, the oversized screws, and everything else just make it an entire delight. And of course, I always love the contrast between something like this, like a beautifully simple dial that, again, looks like a pocket watch, right? Looks like the face of a pocket watch. Again, with very lovely details, both for the hands and those screws that are heat blued against that background. Against that grained silver background. And properly marked, of course, as FP jaune invenit fecit. Going back to lot number 5, this piece has gained a lovely patina, but is also practically unworn. It has the original turquoise strap. Thankfully, the video includes some shots of the movement, so you can see the turning of that tourbillon as well, which of course forms a beautiful attraction of the watch. And you see how the inside of the case back is polished to such perfection that it forms a beautiful mirror, of course, that allows you to look at the movement from that sort of angle. Oh man. There are already 3 bids on this watch in the run-up to the auction on May 11. The starting bid is $275,100 in US dollars, and the fixed price is over $500,000, as it behooves an FP jaune watch of this rarity. Again, the prices have gone completely insane. So in retrospect and in hindsight, this seems like normal. I don't want to normalize it. However, I can understand it. And I think it will get pretty close to that fixed price, even though I don't expect anyone to pull the trigger quite up there. I want to see if the description and if the write-up mentions anything that I didn't share. This was a limited edition of 99 pieces produced in 2013 to commemorate the first tourbillon pocket watch that François Paul Jean created in 1983. You can recognize, as I mentioned, certain lines of influence from both Abraham Louis Breguet and George Daniels in this piece. The combination of the two metals, 925 sterling silver and 18 carats pink gold, in this rather unique two-tone interplay is quite rare, of course, with a wristwatch, and it is something that harkens back to the prototype that François Paul Jean built. Silver is used without coatings, as they write here, so over time the silver parts of the case acquire a patina, as you can see on the example. And the two case bands, both the right and left side of the flank, as well as the silver part of the case back, is decorated by hand guilloche, which gives the watch very much a strong vibe of a timepiece from a bygone era, a pocket watch, except it is this time made for the wrist, as a 20 to 21st century Breguet would do it. And that's exactly how Francois Paul Jean fashions himself. The caliber he used, 1412, designed specifically for this reference, is a smaller version of the pocket watch caliber that he initially designed. The most significant modification is the rejection of the détente escapement, which is not adapted for use in wristwatches, in favor of the lever escapement. This is the great detail. So, as some of you know, in 2004, F.B. Jean stopped making his watch movements from brass. Instead, now the movements of his watches are fashioned from 18 karat pink gold without coating. So a lot of the watches from 2004, that from before 2004, that have brass movement are so much more desired in a way. And this happens to be one of those rare watches that still have a brass movement, even though it comes from much later than that 2004 cutoff. Of course, that's because Francois Paul Jean set out to reproduce that first pocket watch that he made in 1983 as intimately as possible. And the brass parts are gilded in a traditional frosted finish, as you have seen there. So that is once again at lot number 5, an F.B. Jean T30, made for the 30th anniversary of his first tourbillon pocket watch, as a faithful reproduction, faithful recreation in wristwatch form. The starting bid is 275,100 and a fixed price of 605,200 in US dollars. Number 6 is Laurent Ferrier Tourbillon Double Spiral. This is actually a great way of speaking back to some of the things that we were speaking about earlier, because I was talking about Louis Vuitton's workshop, La Fabrique du Temps, that's led by Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazini, who are today responsible for making the high horological and highly complicated pieces for Louis Vuitton, as well as reviving the Daniel Roth brand, as well as the Gérard Janta brand today. They have also built the tourbillon, this tourbillon in particular, for Laurent Ferrier. So it carries their work, their important touches, and it also has the stately appearance of a Patek Philippe tourbillon, in the sense that it just has the inscription and a number on the dial, whereas you can only see the tourbillon from the case back. White gold with a black onyx style, Roman numerals in this elongated and absolutely slender style that expresses, I think, the elegance and exclusivity of the tourbillon, the assegai handset, which has become part of the brand's visual signature. Their classic round case with beautifully sculptured and rather extended um, design of the lugs, 41 millimeters in this case. And you see once again the lovely anglage on what remains otherwise masterfully decorated but very austerely expressed movement. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I hope everyone had a great holiday. Happy belated Easter again. Um, happy Pesach. And I don't know what part of Ramadan we are in yet, but I think it's still, the Muslims are still fasting as well. So an easy fast for them as well. I do want to read a little bit about this piece. Laurent Ferrier was founded in 2009. For a long time, Laurent Ferrier himself was head of design at Patek Philippe. That's why I said that the appearance of this watch from the full frontal angle reminds me of the stateliness of Patek Philippe tourbillon, whereas of course it has so many details that are very unique for its 41 millimeter in diameter of a 18 karat white gold case that is 12.5 millimeters thick with a sapphire case back, black onyx style. The hands are white lacquered, the Roman numerals are white printed, and the small seconds dial at 6 o'clock is recessed at 6 o'clock. The caliber 91601, which was designed by Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazini at La Fabrique du Temps, is a hand-winding ratchet pawl with long blades, a tourbillon with double hairspring, and a power reserve of up to 80 hours. It's served up on a black leather strap with the matching Laurent Ferrier white gold ping buckle. The Gallet Classic Tourbillon Double Spiral is the first model in the brand's collection, launched by LF in 2010. A pretty strong statement. With the release of this upscale tourbillon model, the brand clearly showed its intention to enter the narrow and extremely demanding market of collector watches. The specialization of the brand has remained to this day, with an annual production of less than 200 pieces. Wow. The brand's successful launch is due to no small part the rich experience and flair for good watches of Laurent Ferrier himself, the brand's co-founder, who spent much of his career at Patek Philippe. It's surprising and highly commendable that in developing his own brand collection, Ferrier eschewed the designs that became popular largely thanks to Patek Philippe and instantly developed his own style. Perhaps the most valuable thing Ferrier has learned from the great brand is the value of a modest, unobtrusive design with the very valuable bonus of high quality craftsmanship. That's what makes the Galet classic tourbillon double spiral so attractive, with its modest and elegant look, and a tourbillon that opens only on the back of the case. Laurent Ferrier has dedicated his timepieces to connoisseurs and experts, and he has fully and truly succeeded. This timepiece is the embodiment and quintessence of his style. It's one of four references presented at the launch of the brand in 2010. The design was highly appreciated by professionals, as already in the same year, the piece was awarded in the men's watch category at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève in 2010. The present example, whose caliber is marked with the early number 014, is one of the earliest watches ever produced by the brand. The hand-wound caliber FBN 91601 was developed for this watch and features a beautiful bridge arrangement. It traces its origins back to the early 20th century pocket watch calibers that were made in Valette-Joux in Switzerland, evidenced by the traditional design with a rounded edge of the bridges around the tourbillon, the characteristic shape of the mainspring barrel bridge, and of course the pole with long blades, which seems to be obligatory in Laurent Ferrier watches and was invented as early as 1891 in the Lecoultre et Compagnie factory in Valette-Joux. For the development and production, the brand collaborates with La Fabrique du Temps, the Complications Atelier from Geneva, and that works under Louis Vuitton, as I mentioned. Accordingly, this caliber is finished to the expectations of connoisseurs of haute horlogerie. It makes a very pleasant impression. The rhodium-plated main plate and bridges, textured by Côte de Genève finishing, have hand-polished bevels. The inscriptions are engraved and gold-plated. The screw heads are flat polished. The pins, screws, and jewels are set in beautifully executed beveled recesses. Particular attention has been paid to the impeccable finish of the sharp outer and inner corners, especially on the tourbillon bridge and the upper part of the tourbillon cage. Few haute horlogerie brands perform this extremely time-consuming process. Most do their best to avoid the additional cost of the work, but it's highly prized by connoisseurs and discerning collectors. Movement specifications include high-tech features such as the free-sprung balance and two opposed hairsprings. One contracts while the other expands, and vice versa, integrated into one tourbillon, both of which contribute to the caliber's precision. The caliber is also equipped with a double direct escapement, a version of the échappement naturel invented by Abraham Louis Breguet in 1795. The soft shapes and beautiful finish of the Galet case are complemented by a graceful but quite large and easy to operate turban-shaped crown. Okay. Onion would have sufficed by, you want to say turban? By all means. The elongated Roman numerals and hands of the modified spade and whip style, which take on soft, streamlined shapes, are made of solid gold. Laurent Ferrier calls this design assegai, although originally in 2010 they were called sagai hands. Anyway, the classic look of the case and the particular style of the dial give the watch a special charm. I think at this moment where, of course, Laurent Ferrier has a lot of momentum behind it, at a time where the work of Navas and Barbazzini in making the tourbillon in developing and making the tourbillon for the revival of the Daniel Roth brand, this could be a very interesting moment for this early watch, which is a tourbillon, which is already an award-winning tourbillon by the brand to come on the market. As you can see at lot number 6, the piece in the run-up to a live auction that's already a month away attracted 7 bids. The starting bid on that day, on May 11 in Geneva, will be 38,550. In this case, with the fixed price being 88,050 in US dollars, you might actually see someone pulling the trigger on that, and it might not even make it to Geneva on May 11th. That was lot number 6 from Laurent Ferrier. Mitch, how are you doing, man?
What's going on, Lord?
I'm doing okay. How you been, man? How you been?
Oh man, I'm doing great. Yeah, no, it's great. Summer is here. We finally hit 85 degrees today, so yeah,
Mm.
all is well. All
I
is well.
I know that you have been, well, for the longest time you have been looking forward to this weekend to drink and let loose. Did that happen?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Actually, so telling somebody else this because I actually passed out early in the day because I had to be up at like 5:30 a.m. Um, that day on Sunday, I had to get some stuff done. Then attend church for 2 hours. And then after church, I proceeded to start drinking so I could build up an appetite for my Easter dinner. Um, and then, of course, having beer on top of that and a hearty meal. Yeah, definitely. The crash was intimate, rather intimate. Ugh. You get the point here. It's getting late, but no, it was fun. It was great. But I'm telling you, man, it's rough to not want to go out and maybe drink this weekend because it's so damn nice. But oh, if I do that, it's downhill from there. So, um, restraint.
Good. I'm glad you're showing that. I wish you showed restraint today before you sent some of these pictures to me in the background. But
Oh God, that's just one bad one. Jesus. Actually, I should really talk to Ozzy about that because I know he's watching The Mandalorian, and I heard his favorite actor or not actor, Lizzo actually made a guest appearance on the show. I want to know his thoughts on that actually, but that's neither here nor there. But I actually want to talk to you about this Parmigiani Lufiare Retropont here. Ah, am I crazy for wanting it?
hi, how you doing, Mitch?
Ah, Maron.
I just want to talk about watches, Mitch. Come on,
I just want to talk about watches.
let's do it. Mitch, I came to this manly space because I want to talk about watches.
Actually, serious question here. Do you think that pusher is at risk for breaking? Like, how much of a bitch would that pusher be if it actually broke? Like, if you caught it on a door jam or something like that.
Jesus, man. Um, I sometimes really think, Mitch, when something new and something unique comes onto the market, suddenly people freak out about things that would never have crossed their minds,
Well, the
with
pusher's in the
regular.
crown, though. That's different. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's what makes it unique, but it's in the crown. That's what kind of weirds me out a little bit.
I mean, when was the okay? I've heard pump pushers of a vintage chronograph just jumping into oblivion
I've
on
heard of
from
that.
someone's wrist, but yeah, forget about. I mean, that's never happening. That's as as likely as a screw down pusher on a Rolex Daytona coming off completely while you were screwing it, to operate, unscrewing it to operate. So don't worry about things like that. I mean, these watches are, again, Parmigiani makes, to the tune of maybe a couple of thousand watches, maybe 2 to 3 thousand, maybe closer to 2,000 than 3,000. Um, they take a lot of care in putting these together, but most importantly, they actually, as you can see from this design, they actually, design their pieces. Don't just throw things together, just because
Right.
they're expected to produce a watch in a certain category. So I would not worry about that at all.
Well, I'm not worried about it like falling off per se. I'm worried about like hitting it the wrong way and then you get it jammed inside the crown. Um, that's what I'd be mostly worried about.
I mean, look, when you had that demonstration, you had this model there as well for the
No,
Parmigiani.
this is the one model that they didn't have, which kind of sucked because I it would have been nice to throw it on. So those
Okay,
last two
so I
pictures
mean,
I sent
the,
you,
the reason the reason I asked that was because, if you did operate it and you felt like the action was just not right, then I would say, okay, maybe the guy knows something, you know, about how he interacted haptically with that pusher, and you think it just might not survive. I don't think it's any different than a mono pusher chronograph where everything is integrated onto the crown. I don't think it's any different than any other pusher, honestly, for a chronograph like mechanism. So I wouldn't worry about it at all.
interesting.
And certainly the pusher at 8 o'clock, which advances the hour for local time,
I wouldn't be
is,
worried about that
yeah,
one.
is quite discreet. And I think,
Those
uh,
are solid. Based off the
honestly, with how irritated I get with the helium escape valve on a Seamaster 300, I'm kind of surprised. But this looks relatively subtle and balanced, even though it should hypothetically stick out like a sore thumb. But sorry, go ahead.
well, I mean, two things. One, it was designed that way because it's natural. So when you reach for it to reset the hands, it's in its most natural position. But secondly, when I did get to kind of screw around, no pun intended, with the chroneograph, when you push in those pushers, it's solid. It's ka-chunk. So yeah, these things, they're pushers in general are pretty like they take effort to push in. So I wouldn't be concerned in the slightest about that pusher at the 8 o'clock position. But the only thing I don't like is I believe if I remember correctly, these are damn near 30 grand. Uh
Yeah,
that's a lot of
the
money
20
just for a watch.
the list, no kidding. The list price is, I think, still 27,000 in Swiss francs. So absolutely. Um, that
Well, I
is a
mean,
lot of money for a single watch. On the other hand,
it's not a Rolex, but
also,
that's the point. You don't know if your money's gonna hold. That's that's what I'm trying to get at.
for a fact it's not going to. Again, Parmigiani has already established itself in the mainstream as well. The earlier examples of Parmigiani Fleurier watches have gained a lot of value in the markets. But when it comes to, for example, some examples of the recent Tonda PF and Tonda GT, the chronograph version of these, you can already find a number of pieces not as many as you might find, some Rolex or Patek pieces, but certainly a good healthy number of these pieces on the secondary market under list. So, and these are very new models. So 1-2 years down the line, I'm sure you can find them even cheaper in a way. Um, yeah, look, I mean, that's the kind of watch I think that they are also trying to keep relatively exclusive. I don't think they are building 200-300s of that watch per year. Um, so it might hold value to a certain extent. I don't think it will be available on the market, like, at half the retail, like, soon. But then again, when I see pieces like this, for example, um, this is the limited version of the Tonda GT chronograph with the annual calendar as well. And it actually comes with the rubber band as well as the full bracelet. The full set, absolute full sets, 1500s, 15,800 with the seller open to negotiation. And this is like a mint piece, one of only 200s, one that lists also for, let me see if it's still expressed on the page. Yeah, right here. Without the bracelet, look, it's 21,500 in Swiss francs. So actually, with the bracelet and everything, probably we are talking about 27,500 or something. So almost already 40 to 50% off. So I would
Yeah.
be, yeah, I would, again, the two of us, we have very different outlook on collecting watches, but I also shy away from this kind of segment to begin with. And I never put more than, low tens on a single watch. So for me, the amount that I'm really comfortable spending with for a luxury watch, it's around 5K more so than 25K to begin with. So for me, if I'm going to take that risk, I don't want to take it as a risk. I want it to be an occasion where I say, hey, I really like this watch. I want to indulge myself. I'm not going to even plan it, or I won't have to sell it in the next decade, and I will enjoy it. Then, if I have to sell it, and if that happens at a loss, at least I will have gotten an entire decade of enjoyment out of it. And I won't have to think too hard about value retention and anything else.
Yeah, no, fair point. I just I do want something here different from a Rolex because, quite frankly, I've gotten everything I can get from Rolex in general here,
Yeah.
and it's too much of a pain in the ass to try and go uphill for a Holy Trinity. JLC, nah, I don't want anything from JLC. JLC doesn't make anything that's worthwhile getting other than a reversal. I've already got one of them. Omega, I've already gone through Omega already, so I am looking for something different here at some point.
I know you don't like chronographs, so I'm not gonna suggest you that. But frankly, you know what model I would look for these, especially for a watch that you can uh, buy and wear. If you care about value retention at all, I would try to get into one of the micro rotors with the date at 6 o'clock. But the one I really find intriguing, because it's also reduced size, is one of these three.
Oh, the
Especially,
36 mil.
yeah, especially the ones in steel. You will
Yeah,
say this is rapper's jewelry, so basically this leaves us with this example. Finding one of these, either at retail or on the secondary market in a little bit, I think that could be an interesting way to go for you.
Yeah, I did talk to my Parmigiani rep, and I asked him again today. I said, "So what's the outlook on a 36 mil?" He said, "Don't even
It,
ask." He
is that
said,
is that the good folks at the Wixon Jewelers?
"Yes, it's my good friends at Wixon's Jewelers in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Guys, check them out for the greatest deals. Customer service is fantastic. They're fantastic people, so on and so forth." Um,
By the
but
way, I mean, I'm pretty sure they are good folks and the customer service is amazing, but probably after David SW, they may well be the most overpriced secondary
blasphemy,
market dealers.
blasphemy! It's heresy. I will not have it. But no, I asked him
Okay,
about a
you talked to
36
them
mil.
about the 36 mil. What happened?
He said,
What
he said,
happened
don't even
next?
ask. He said, don't even ask. He said,
Why?
right now, he said, I've got a wait list of 3 years.
What?
So look, I mean, I don't know if he's just yanking my leg or what, but the fact that they had a Retropont in stock before one of these is actually kind of interesting.
Actually, I mean, look, it is interesting. I admit it, but the Rattrapante is such an amazing piece, and it's also one of the most, um, how can I put this? One of the most exquisite things that Michel Parmigiani built from scratch. That caliber was designed by him. Let me see if I think that's platinum one. No, that's not it. I think it's one of the novelties this year. Yeah, that's a beautiful looking watch as well. But that's the kind of piece, that's so rarefied that they probably will make, a couple of them or a few of them every year. And I'm sure actually Wixon's is pretty high for them. I can imagine, the way Rolex values that place can tell you quite a bit about how a brand like Parmigiani would like to use them as well.
Yeah, so I know, I just know off of just having a conversation. So Wixons has actually gotten, when it comes to Parmesan, anyways, they've gotten three exclusive pieces. So the latest exclusive piece would have been I forget what it was, but it was the limited edition green one. And there was only like 20 of them made for the world or something like
Mm.
that.
Yeah.
And Wixons was able to obtain two of them. And of course, they went to their VIP clients right off the bat. They never even made it to the showroom floor. But I know they do get Parmigiani usually kind of kicks them their extremely exclusive pieces for some reason. So that's must be a good deal for them, honestly. Um, yeah, no, like I said though, I mean, I didn't get to try on the Retropont because they didn't have one in stock at the time. They're so hot.
Mm.
But I did, like I said, I do my kind of, if you will, my Instagram search, and it looks like it's a fairly forgiving watch, even with its size of 40 mil and integrated bracelets, based off the two photos that I sent you.
Let me see. I'll pull them without exposing our entire. Um,
Sword, are you a fan of assorted vegetables? Just curious.
I am actually, but I I generally prefer to eat them, if you know what I mean.
And who's to say you
From
can't
from
afterwards?
this side, from, from this side, um, and not figuratively, quite literally. But yes, you were going there, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
Let's see. I'll start with uh, who I think this is a Thai gentleman because he's talking in the post about the Bechtold, Thailand. Um, yeah, it's. I mean, I've tried this on, and it doesn't look. It. I think one reason that um, you might think it looks larger than it does are those sculpted lugs. The Tonda design is very unique and very accentuated at the lugs, but the case itself is quite round, and the lugs are actually not fully extending, but kind of, you know, embracing the case. Um, and I think overall, as long as you can get over the fact that it's a very fat bracelet. I mean, in the sense that it's like very wide. It doesn't taper in immediately. The taper is very slight and very gradual. If that doesn't disturb you, I think the watch doesn't look absurd, like you mentioned.
the bracelets are heavy. Did you notice that? The bracelets on a Parmigiani seem heavier than your average bracelet. Um, I
Yeah,
don't know. Maybe it's just me.
it's a big no. It's a big bracelet. You're absolutely right.
But I mean, I would assume at the very least these gentlemen have to have a wrist just a little under 6.5, and it seems to. I mean, yeah, maybe it looks a little wide, but it seems to just like I said, be very forgiving on the lugs.
I mean,
Because
again,
those lugs are stubby.
the wideness is very much, you know, the lines of the original Tonda 1950 case to begin with, and the way that was interpreted for the integrated bracelet design um, starts very widely and has a gradual and balanced taper, which I'm not saying they should have done otherwise, right? You know, I'm not implying that,
Right.
but the way this piece is designed for the integrated bracelets, as long as you are fine with that width, is actually quite nice. And like you said, it's a substantive bracelet, and some people like that. Some people prefer in this genre to have a bracelet that's like butter, as people say. That's more supple. That's maybe a little easier and lighter to wear. So that's just a matter of preference. And I think the two pictures also demonstrates how much of a chameleon or chameleon rather that dial is. I love that pattern, by the way. I think the barleycorn pattern they have on the dial is really fine. And, you know, I actually, this is one occasion where I appreciate so much the skeletonized hands and all the negative space they have, even with the abbreviated hour marks, right? Give me more of that beautiful design of that gorgeous looking dial. um, I think it deserves to be exposed and exhibited. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's a great looking dial nonetheless, and look, it's a great looking watch overall too. I just yeah, yeah, man, 30 grand is it's a bit of a tough pill to swallow for something that you probably as soon as you walk out the door could probably only get maybe 19 grand for.
Um, well, again, I would not sell it. I would not sell a watch like this for the next decade. If you're putting down $30,000 in a watch, I think overall that shouldn't be for a watch that you might end up flipping um, in the next few years. You know, that should be if you're really looking at it as an investment, you have to look at it as a quote unquote long term investment, because again, otherwise there's no way that you can justify with a niche brand like this that's not niche enough where you are talking about six figures and you would be lucky to get one at retail, and you can, it's so rarefied, it's so exclusive that you can even turn around and sell it, in an auction for, multiple times what you paid for it. That's another thing. But Parmigiani is in that kind of liminal space. It's a well respected brand that has made its way into the mainstream. It's exclusive, but not exclusive enough that it's so desirable that people would, you know, challenge each other into a duel to get an allocation. Um, Very desirable, but again, among a very select group of individuals. So your ability to turn around and sell it to someone else is practically non existent, not at the retail value, not immediately.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, if we're that aside, I mean the movement itself is definitely a grand complication. One of the grand complications that you can get for under 70 grand. It's it's a very cool movement, indeed to have.
I mean, frankly, I think they have gone a little overboard with this year's novelty, which um, uses a similar kind of complication for the minute hand, and tries to basically express a rudimentary chronograph function or the functions of a rotational timing bezel through a hand that you can move 5 minutes at a time and finally adjust at 1 minute at a time, and then snap back when you are done with timing that interval. I think that's a little too much, in the sense, like, that they really went out of their way to create a complication out of something that's incredibly simple in the first place. In this case, I think they have done something truly original and utilitarian at the same time, very much desired by the average collector, but expressed in a way that's unique to them, and in a way that really gives them the platform to show off all the aesthetic details of what makes their watch so unique, so beautifully designed, and so uh, nicely finished as well. SP says the dial is so plain it feels like something is missing. My feeling, and I think Nietzsche will agree with me for once, is quite the opposite. I think it's just perfect. I guess it has something to do. If you have never seen their dial in person, hard to describe to you how textured it is and how subtle that texture is. Um, and the fact that they did not interrupt it in any way with stupid script and date and this and that to give you um, that enjoyment. It's very special.
Well, I think the one thing that kind of might geek a few people out is the hour markers are stubby.
Mm.
They're stubbier than your standard like hour markers. I don't know, it just gives that illusion of a cleaner dial. But yeah, these dials when you see them in person, they definitely do, like you said, have a lot of detail into them. It definitely makes up, and I do like that Parmigiani is going with the PF logo instead of writing out their entire name on the dial, which takes up, I don't know, like an entire, like takes up half the dial anyways. But
Right.
the new logo is much better. It's an improvement.
I think all these elements you described are very conscious choices, especially on this watch, right? Because they do very intentionally empty up that negative space. The medallion logo, of course, is much more compact than writing out the entire script. And like you said, the abbreviated hour markers, even though they're unusual, once again, are cut that way to make sure that you get the most out of that dial. And Uncle Fester, I don't disagree, honestly. The reason that we are going back so, back and forth so much on this watch is the price tag, but you have to consider everything internally and on a case by case basis. So their their standards Tonda PF model is already 22,000 in Swiss francs, it doesn't seem like such a stretch that you would get such a unique expression of a very useful complication at a 5,000 Swiss franc upcharge. Again, I'm not trying to justify it. As much as I love Parmigiani Fleurier as a brand, and as much as I respect Michel Parmigiani in terms of his legacy, I have no stake in this discussion, no dog in this fight. But you have to consider it within their catalog, right? For them to offer it at the same price they offer the time and date version, that would not work. So is Parmigiani overpriced? I guess the secondary market would say yes, right? Because most of their pieces lose value. But then again, that goes with most brands. You can't judge everyone by the standard that Rolex, AP, Patek Philippe, and even Richard Mille set, right? Where pieces are even more valuable on the secondary brand. Those are exceptions. That is just the tip of the iceberg. Most other brands operate in this space where you either buy into the mythology, where you either buy into their particular execution of artisanship and finishing, or not. Um, in that case, of course, it's absolutely not worth 30,000. When their time and date version of this watch is 25,000, I think it is worth the upcharge.
Yeah, I would agree. And the complication alone on this one is very unique. It's not like you see a whole lot of brands cranking out this complication. Is it simple compared to? It's a simple-minded complication when you compare it to something like Lange or maybe Patek, but in general terms, this is a very unique complication. For like I said, you can get this for under 50 grand. Because if you throw Patek on this, oh, this shit ain't gonna fucking reach less than 90, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also it would be even more difficult to get. So I mean, I think that's a great way actually of putting it. Again, when it comes to a travel time like piece where you have an extra pusher or two to advance the time or move it back and forth, the extra hour hand, that's nothing unique. But the rattrapante function, which is adopted from or adapted from chronograph movements or from the principles of a chronograph movement, is one, very ingenious, two, also a little romantic in a way, in the sense that uh, it's you press that extra pusher when you come home, and the two hands meet, the local time comes back and coincides with home time, and they have built it assembled it and finished it in such perfect way that hand genuinely disappears under the hour hand. The pink gold hand, you cannot see it except at an angle when you snap it back with the rattrapante pusher. And the movement is beautiful, gorgeously finished, obviously designed also by Michel Parmigiani.
Yeah, it's a very interesting watch, and I go back and forth on it whether I should get one or not. Because it's just something bizarre. But honestly, I think I might scoop up the 54, honestly, from Tudor. Uh, wear it for a few months and then flip out of it because right now they're hot for some reason.
I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting line for Tudor. I don't think they will expand it in the exact same way as they did Black Bay 58. I'm not saying they won't add new things to it, but I think it will not suddenly become a mirror image of 58. I think it's a little more niche, but trust me, I mean they are pretty careful about what they target and where they launch their new products. And clearly, there was, it's one of those, man, it's one of those releases, right? You didn't know you needed, right? Whoever thought that we needed a Submariner with even a stronger vintage, a more primordial vibe that harkened all the way back to the first generation where you had 37 millimeter cases, right? Who thought that we needed kind of a junior slash mini Submariner in year 2023? Tudor gave it to us, and now everyone wants it. And in a way that, everyone was expecting the Ranger. I don't think it has been a success that Tudor Black Bay 54 perhaps already has been. So
I
interesting.
I don't follow the theory of the 54 is going to replace the 58 line. If that was the case, this watch would be
It's
about
because
$1,500
why
cheaper.
why do you even listen to those stupid theories that other channels float? I cannot understand for the life of me. Those people don't know anything about watches and even less about the industry. It's of course it's not going to replace. Like, why does that need to be said? Of course it's
I
not
think
going
this watch is going to be very limited. Actually, I think this watch is going to have a year run, 2 years max. I think this watch is kind of like an anniversary piece without Tudor ever saying it. So, yeah, so they're going to be in large quantities. So, I mean, it's not going to be like it's not going to be like the what the hell is that one that T and Shitters had the
to. FXT,
Pelagos. Yeah,
FXT,
yeah,
Pelagos FXT.
yeah. So it's not going to be something like that. I think it'll just be a short run because it's $150 difference between the two.
Hmm.
The average investor is going to say, well, the 58 is more bang per buck and it's a higher flippability rate at this point. And if
Well,
Tudor does do that, the 54 will actually be a massive hit because it had such a short run, technically.
I agree with you to a certain extent. Partly, that's what I wanted to say or highlight as a nuance at the very beginning. I don't think the fate of the 54 will be similar to 58. I don't think suddenly next year, I don't think we will see, a blue one with the burgundy bezel, one with a green dial, one in sterling silver, another one in bronze. I don't think that will happen. Um, I think actually, um, I would disagree with you. I think it will stay within. I think it will stay within the line. I think it will be complemented in the future. Maybe not immediately next year, maybe not, uh, certainly not within the first year. Um, but I think, there will be different colors, um, different, bezel inserts. I think it is actually there to stay, but maybe there will be like three variations ultimately. It won't be an entire extended line like Black Bay 58, which will remain the core of um, of the brand.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Were there any other pieces that you were interested in?
No, not really. I mean, this when you look at this year, honestly, with now that everyone's kind of officially rolled out their or yeah, rolled out everything in their
Hmm.
arsenal, there's really not a whole lot when you look at the grand picture here. I mean, we've been over the Ingeneur. What could have been a great watch is got undermined by its own greed, essentially. I mean, don't get me wrong, I know that watch is gonna sell, but man, the people who buy it are gonna take a massive hit on that when it comes
What
to
what do
reselling
you
it.
what do you not like about it?
I don't like the price tag. I don't. Like I get, yeah, it's the Genta design and all this yada 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 yada, but I'm not paying 12 grand for this for an IWC. I'm not paying 12 grand for an IWC that
Yeah.
is most likely going to hit or tank to probably 6 grand secondary.
You know, I like you, Mitch, but when it comes to watches, sometimes you have such, reproduced, predictable opinions. It's not even funny. Um, like what, like in what universe should IWC offer this watch for much less? Don't come to me with it's not a good investment angle, because we have covered that already half a dozen times each time you're on the stream. Like, compared to what should this be, say, a $7,500 watch? What exists in that segment that this watch fits with, this watch is comparable to?
I'm not saying it's comparable to anything per se, but when you look at 12 grand, you can buy a Submariner for that, which is going to hold value better. You can buy
Yeah,
a
Submariner is a Submariner. It's
right. You could probably buy. I'm trying to think here. You could probably get a fairly decent Speedmaster here. One of their limited editions, one of their thousands and thousands of limited editions, you probably could get for
Yeah,
that
I mean,
price.
that's how is that comparable? That's
I'm just saying it's going to hold its value
that's
better. I mean,
chronograph.
if this watch was 8 grand,
Okay,
I would
so
probably give it a pass.
basically, as I mentioned before, you don't have any other angle except for saying it's not a good investment.
No, it's not a good investment, especially for an
I wish
IWC.
you just learned as much, well, much more about bonds and stocks, and then you would actually be talking about real investments. That's a very tired angle, Mitch. Not a good investment. I mean, whatever. Don't don't use watches as investments. Use your money wisely. You can't make considerable amounts of money from buying watches at retail. That was just a silly little 2-3 year period. It's not something sustainable. It's not gonna carry over. That's a increasingly impoverishing way of looking at watches. I look at it very simply. In this case, IWC's Ingenieur costs, um, in this segment, we were just talking about Parmigiani, right? We have Parmigiani that sells watches in the integrated stainless steel bracelets segments that are in low 20s rather than low 10s. We have Chapek that sells for 25, 30 plus in the same segment. We have Bulgari, Gérard Perregaux, Chopin selling pieces that are 15,000 plus. So for IWC to have re-entered this space as one of the original three designs of Janta, they would have just screwed themselves over, and they would have done themselves a major injustice if they offered it for much cheaper. And I mean, I obviously like a Submariner much more than an IWC Ingenieur, don't take me wrong, but that being said, that's not even a competitor for this watch. I mean, it's not. It doesn't make sense.
Somebody said like, yeah, if you can't afford a Patek, this is the best option here. I kind of get the angle from that, but
that's also, I mean, that's also a very stupid
you
approach.
gotta be at least 24 packs in to kind of convince yourself of that lie. It's
not, the Nautilus, for all its shortcomings from my perspective, is a supremely elegant and sleek watch. Ingenieur is basically its negative image, its photographic negative. This is a much more toolish, blunter instrument, much thicker, much more of an industrial design, much less refined. Yeah, especially in this iteration, with those distinct crown guards and the bigger handset. Yeah, I would not compare it to Patek. I think, maybe you can compare it in certain ways to the Royal Oak, but again, it feels like it's almost a different genre. And I don't think it's a coincidence, because this wasn't a line that Janta designed from scratch, basically. He had a commission to re-energize the Ingenieur line. So he had to build something that fit that purpose, that preserved the anti-magnetic properties of that particular family line, and that had to use the in-house self-winding caliber that they already had with the proprietary Peloton system. So I think the thickness had to be, the thickness couldn't necessarily be tackled, because they could have used perhaps otherwise the JLC 920, which they did in the Nautilus, and before that the Royal Oak, which assured that it came out very thin. Ingenieur is, in a way, always its own genre. It does have a family resemblance to the Royal Oak and the Nautilus, since it was penned by the same designer, but very much it has its own character. So I'm happy with this release. I don't think it does injustice to the original. I don't think it's priced. Look, I mean, I mentioned the Vacheron Constantin overseas. When that came out, that was around $13,000. Now it's $22,400 or something, or $22,500. Watches cost a lot more than what they did just 5-6 years ago. The overseas third generation came out in 2016, and it has almost doubled in price. So people are thinking of prices for IWC from 5-6 years ago, in which case this would have been $7,000 or $8,000. But that's not how watches are priced anymore, unfortunately. I mean, it's sad, and it's unconscionable in so many ways. But it's very simple-minded to single out IWC for their pricing, whereas everyone else does the exact same, and perhaps even worse.
Well, I'll just say this on the IWC: let somebody else take the L on it. Pay the 12,000 on it, and then when it comes up secondary, this will be a steal at $8,000. Because these things aren't gonna. I don't know. Unless if these were limited, yeah, I would agree. 100%. If these were completely limited, 500, yeah, totally different story. But I think these will be a steal in the secondary market.
But I mean, we used to, again, I was just talking about this at the beginning of this show, this live stream. Um, Value retention for me, or the lack of value retention for me, it's, I just shrug, because for me, I look at this as a collector. I'm not I'm not impatient. I can wait. So let someone else take the loss, like you said. And a year down the line, a couple of years down the line, if you're still interested, chances are those pieces that don't necessarily have strong value retention, but have the sentimental value for you, have the intrinsic horological value more broadly, will be worth at what the you know at the deals you can get for them. I don't disagree with that. And again, the same thing with um the same idea with the whole perspective of, we used to say it's impatience tax. I never buy watches at retail. I just wait. you know and that helps me also figure out whether I really want it. um, and when I really want it, sometimes I miss out on watches, right? Sometimes I figure out that in exceptional examples, 2 3 years down the line, it's all sold out. It was, like you said, Meech, maybe a limited edition of some sort, and it's now actually trending well above the retail price. That's okay. I move on. In most cases, like you just said, you will actually end up finding it at a significant discount. So let someone else pay the tax for their impatience, and down the road, you will probably benefit. So, yeah, retail prices are important because that's a gauge for the entire market, but it doesn't really need to bother you so much unless you are dying to buy it today.
Now, I'm curious though, what do you think is going to struggle more to be kicked out the door? This IWC or the 34 mil overseas?
Depends. I think the production numbers of the two brands are now so incomparable. Um, I don't actually expect the 34 millimeter Vacheron Constantin to be a great hit, to fly off the shelf, so to speak. On the other hand, I also don't expect them to produce significant numbers for of it to matter so much, right? To let them sit in the cases, in multiple examples, you know.
Mm.
Um, I think IWC will not have actually too much problem moving these watches. Look, I can't rule it out. It can be the story like our Tudor Ranger, right? Everyone wanted a revival of the Ranger, and when it actually came out, 6 out of the 10 people who were asking for that, who were demanding that, didn't actually bother to buy it. Same thing is true maybe for the IWC. People were asking for the revival of something that looked more or less like the original, which is the case with this, without being an homage outright. Um, they might not actually buy it. But then again, this was the question that they would ask to Georges Kahn as well, the previous CEO of IWC. When are you re-releasing the Ingenieur? When are you it has been there, you know, basically for an entire decade. So I would be very surprised. I think it will all sell like hotcakes, including the titanium. That doesn't mean,
Yeah, I
I think
guess.
it will still lose value in the long run. Don't take me wrong, but I
Oh, no
think
doubt.
they will move them.
I would venture to guess by December you can get a, or maybe even before that, midsummer you can get a very substantial discount on these, maybe about 15-20%, if not more. But I think the overseas in 34 is just going to be is going to be a watch that's going to be an embarrassment for Vacheron. Because
Embarrassment, you said?
it embarrassment because it's perfect. It has potential, but they just cased it the wrong size. Like I don't get why they didn't throw it in the 37 mil and then discontinue the current 37 mils. Because now you got a case like an Omega here, where you got a 34 mil overseas, a 37 mil or overseas, and now a 41 mil overseas. And if you're not counting the world timers, those are 42, 43. So now you're getting a whole bunch of overseas in your catalog, and now it's getting to be kind of confusing. But the 34 mil just doesn't seem like it doesn't make sense. And however they price it, I've heard rumors now that it's going to be pretty much spot on with the current 41 mil, 22,000, which is insane if that's if that is true.
But
Um,
I told you they weren't gonna give you a discount in the sense like that it wouldn't be much less than the
yeah, but you can't ask the same price for 41 versus 30.
dude. It's very simple. Look at the 33 millimeter with the diamond bezel. It's 15,000. So you can already tell more or less how the others will trend, especially because they have the new caliber. Um, I think, look, the 37, I think they're just trying something different. Again, I think they're taking a very calculated risk. The reason I agree with you by and large is because the 37 millimeter, which did exist with an unadorned, like matching bezel, has already been discontinued and didn't stay in the catalog. I think maybe more than 2 years, maybe 3 years, something
Something like
like
that.
that. I cannot imagine the 34 and a half or the 34 and a half to be much more successful than that. Um,
And the date wheel just makes no sense. Like on a 34 mil, you truly need a magnifying glass for this watch. If you're gonna read the date, I
I
think they
think
should just left it no date.
you're actually absolutely right. I think that would have given a very nice balance and a unique aspect to the watch within the lineup. Look, I mean, this is I mentioned this last time we were talking about this. There are a few woman watch influencers like Dime Piece who like small versions of the Nautilus, which at this size are mostly quartz, right? So if one of them actually picks up a piece like this, if this say ends up on Dime Piece's wrist, that can give them enough of attraction to sell most of them. I'm sure there will be some gentlemen buying them, but if they can sell this to women, that can save them from the embarrassment you're talking about. Because the
Maybe
37,
embarrassment's not the right word, but I just know I feel like Vacheron's gonna take a look at this one and say, we missed the mark by so much, and it's not like a huge gap either. I mean, they got close, but they just couldn't land it.
no, I mean, I don't disagree with you. Again, we can nitpick or we can toil over a little more about the choice of the word here, but I think, what happened with this 37 millimeter already prefigures what might happen with this. Yeah, maybe they realized that the off center, the 9 o'clock small seconds was maybe a little too unusual in this category and people didn't necessarily appreciate it. Maybe that was it, unless that was the primary reason why the older version didn't sell. I just don't see this one being a resounding success. But remember, again, up until 3 years ago, the overseas line, even in its flagship product, the 41, was not such a big success either. So
Right. I
it's a
think with
different
this
time now.
watch, in order to see if this watch is successful or not, it basically Vacheron is putting a lot of their hopes into the Asian and Japan market because that's going to be the primary audience right there. I feel like so all hope for this watch kind of lies on that market, and we'll see what happens if this watch has a run of more than a year. That should be interesting.
Absolutely, but again, I've always loved the fact that a lot of brands actually designed watches and release watches for the Asian market because that meant also watches that I could wear too. Um, but having said that, we have that tension between proportionality and appeal for different wrist sizes. Hype watch, right?
Hmm.
This category is kind of operates independently from wearing the watch on your wrist that looks nice and proportional. Just like the new when it comes to the current line of day dates, even though the classic sizing has been 36 for half a century and more, currently you will lose money on the 36 compared to the 40, right?
For sure.
Which has uh, in the current market not only value retention but huge premium when it comes to certain dial colors on the secondary market. Well, significant premium, let's say, because the prices have dipped also a lot. Um, so it's the same thing, right? That hey, you and I, we are probably, even when we walk today into the Rolex retailer, if we get our pick, probably in terms of proportions, we are much better with the Day-Date 36. But if we were the kind of customer who just wanted the olive green dial, you gotta go for the 40, and also in the back of your mind that's the one that's gonna hold value, or in fact have immediately a premium outside of on it the minute you step outside.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I know we've had that discussion before in the past where, like, would you buy a 36 mil at retail? And it's always like, no, because you're going to lose 10 grand right off the top.
Yeah, so in this case, this also has that sort of tension, that there might be a lot of customers out there who might be better off with a 37 or 34.5 millimeter version of this watch. And as you have seen it, this what from a design perspective, the only thing that disturbed me was how this cuts after the first end link into the first link of the bracelet, and how dramatic that taper is. I think from again from a distance, the 34.5 looks just better in terms of handling that transition. It looks so much more smooth. um, so there can be a lot of things about the reduced sized version that should ideally make it appealing to someone with a slimmer wrist, i.e., for example, me. On the other hand, the customers who go for this segment, uh, namely the integrated bracelet sports chic watch, go after the hype. So they don't care if it fits their wrist or not. They just want it. They might not even like the blue, but that's the one to get. That's it. So again, disaster, embarrassment, or what? Uh, I don't think it will be a resounding success, the 34.5, because that's the real measurement of the one with the unadorned bezel, whereas the diamond bezel version, I think, is a true 35.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be very interesting to see the numbers between the rose gold and the stainless steel, because without even kind of, or at the very least making an educated guess, I would imagine the stainless steel is going to outsell that rose gold by tenfold, just by default. I feel like, but I don't know. It'll be interesting nonetheless.
I mean, increasingly, the stainless steel watches for this sort of high luxury category outperform, at least in demand, their precious metal counterparts. But then again, I think it will really depend in this case on what kind of audience they will attract. If they attract an audience mostly of men, younger men, men with slimmer wrists, I think you're right. At the reduced size as well, the stainless steel will be the undisputed champion. But if the base they attract is mainly the female crowd or the feminine crowd, since we are trying to be inclusive, this might be actually the one to get, because again, you like precious metal watches. I like both precious metal and two-tone watches. Well, you like the two-tone too, actually, when I think
Right.
about it
Yeah.
now. But by and large, I know when it comes to these sorts of luxury brands, women prefer it even more, right? A lot of times for women, since they look at a lot of these pieces genuinely as an accessory and as a piece of jewelry, um, since some women still look at it as a bracelet to wear, a lot of times stainless steel is simply not enough for them. So they might actually go after something like this. Um, but then again, increasingly, there are a lot of women watch collectors who just go for whatever is the norm, whatever is the thing to get, which is stainless steel. So
I guess in the end, it's not about the money; it's about the passion.
wait a second, I actually want to see if I can run that commercial. Jewelers on time. Let's see. Okay. Oh man, this gives me so much joy.
We specialize in the repair of Rolex and Patek Philippe watches. We've been doing the same thing for more than 25 years. We have Rolex technicians certified by Rolex who actually used to work for the company for many years, like if we doing the work at the factory. We completely disassemble the watch and we put it to work like brand new condition. When you get the pre-owned watch, it's like if you're getting a brand new unit. The only difference is the money.
Ah,
It's so good. It's so good. I'm not looking for any sponsorships. But if of all things, if jewelers in time, knock on my door and say, like, hey, you want to take up the mantle? Um, I guess I would have to relent. I would have to relent.
of course, of course. Well, Lord, it's 1:30 here, and I gotta be up early again tomorrow. So we will catch you in the next one.
Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for joining the conversation. Thank you for being part of the discussion. and for being such a valuable member of the platform. I really appreciate you. We have maybe another, I want to say 45 minutes or so. I think that will help us cover probably at least a couple more watches. I will make sure that I cover the Antarctique Rattrapante, because that's in the thumbnail, and then I will hopefully come back and do the Daniel Roth and Roger Dubuis as well. Let me see. Hey, Memovox, nice to see you, man. Welcome. My regards to Denmark. We were covering the upcoming Ineichen Zürich auction that focuses on independent brands, and that is going to take place on May 11, in about 30 days from now in Geneva. Lot number 10 is Chapek et Company. This is the Antarctique, their integrated bracelet sports watch that take after a lot of the recognizable names in this category and puts it together with a unique sizzle of their own, part of which is that unique interlink that repeats the initial of the brand in mirror polished fashion, namely the letter C for Chapek. I think that's a very nice, elegant touch. This is a limited edition that they came up with not too long ago. And this is a model that they produced in 2020 in 77 examples. Just want to quickly show you as well that this split-second chronograph with an open work dial happens to be the personal watch also of the brand CEO, Xavier de Roquemorel, who has an incredible and boundless passion for watches, and whose enthusiasm for the brand is simply infectious. He had a health scare last year, and I'm so happy that he's back and he is stronger than ever. I look forward to meeting him one day, hopefully soon. But this is certainly a great watch if it is, if it is good enough for the CEO, if it is good enough for the president, so to speak. Why not for you? The details of his piece are transparent. In this case, it's kind of silver on silver. It's a much more monotonous expression in this case. You can see the two column wheels very nicely exposed along this vertical axis for the primary chronograph function, which is operated with the single pusher right here at 2 o'clock, and the split second function, the rattrapante, to put it in the French way, that is operated with this pusher at 10 o'clock. That is the one that splits the seconds and allows you to time another event. You can see how the skeletonized rotor has some of the lines that distinguished those partially skeletonized bridges of the original movements of Chapek Antarctique, which, after all, is the first caliber designed and fashioned fully in-house. This, of course, is a different caliber for the split-second chronograph, but parts of the skeletonized rotor harken back to those partially skeletonized bridges of the in-house designed and produced microrotor caliber SXH501. One of 77 up to 120 millimeters water resistant, 12 bars of a depth rating. And you can see how the heat blued hands allow for that extra legibility, even with the open work dial. And you also caught a glimpse, I'm sure, of how the minute totalizer is actually precisely jumping, so it ticks over to the next minute, of course, as it should. But sometimes you don't see these things even from the best brands. The caliber in this case is called SXH6. The case is a little larger than the time and date version. In this case, 42.5 millimeter. This watch is from March 11, 2022. It is in mint condition, even though it has been previously worn. It is a limited edition stainless steel split-second chronograph by Chapek Company, which was revived in 2012 in Switzerland. The design, the Antarctique, was launched in 2020. The brand, I think, made its first watch really in 2015, even if it were produced a little earlier. And in this case, the limited edition actually comes a year after the launch of the Chapek Antarctique, so 2 years, as I mentioned previously. Of course, as it is usually the case with split-second chronographs, it's a little thick as a piece, 15.3, if I'm not mistaken. With a power reserve of 60 hours. And it has, as you have seen, a 30 minutes counter in addition to a running seconds at 8 o'clock. The Antarctique chronograph Rattrapant Silver Gray is the first complicated model of the Antarctique collection, which was launched in 2020. This genre of sporty, elegant steel watches on an integrated bracelet became extremely popular in the late 2010s. We're already talking about history when the prices of the Patek Philippe Nautilus and Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watches, which are the genre's founding designs, skyrocketed on the secondary market. Several brands specializing in luxury and collectible pieces That's right. That's right. In this case, the split-second chronograph is by Chronode, which is the movement manufacturer led by Jean-François Mojon, who makes his own watches as well under the brand name Cyrus. Between the Antarctique and are we talking about the time and dates editions, Memovox, or specifically this split-second chrono design? Because that would certainly be a different answer. I'll tell you this way. I think at the present, I have a lot more excitement and a little more respect for Čapek as a brand compared to Parmigiani, which is not to say anything negative about Parmigiani. It's just I have a hard time coming to terms with the fact that Michel Parmigiani is slowly receding to the background. But I guess, you know, it is the sign of the times. He is getting older, perhaps nearing retirement as well. So it was probably the right time for the passing of a baton in the brand. And Guido Terreni is a great leader for the brands. So I'm much more excited about Čapek as a brand. And as much as I like the Antarctique as a design, it's really not one of the most original designs in this category. So that only leads me in the direction of the Tonda PF, because Tonda PF is its own thing. Even though, of course, it has a family resemblance to some watches in that category of integrated bracelet stainless steel watches. There are so many elements, those sculptural lugs, the unique platinum bezel that's both mirror polished and fluted, the unique and very subtle grain d'orge pattern on the dial. I'm a huge fan. I like the smaller size a little more, even though the micro rotor caliber is pretty amazing for the standards, time and dates. And we were just talking about the GMT version, actually, which I'm a big fan of. Are we talking about the Tonda PF chronograph or the Tonda GT chronograph? Tonda GT chronograph is actually much cheaper and much more accessible than this. You can find certain versions of the Tonda GT chronograph for around $15,000. The Tonda PF chronograph, if we are talking about the Michel Parmigiani design split-second version, poof, that's a very tough choice. I think I kind of like that one. Partly because it's a pink gold piece with a platinum dial, caliber signed by Parmigiani. It's I guess I'm being a little sentimental. But I've also said numerous times that there's something quite impressive about having an open work dial for a chronograph, and especially for a split second chronograph in this case, where you have a column wheel for each function. So it would be a lot of fun to just start, stop, split. You know, you know how much we love fidgeting with these things. So I feel like something like this would be a great fun. So if you can get it at the right price, probably this is a great watch to have as well. Oof. Yeah. Well, how about this? I would go with this for something more dynamic, um, sporty, and even quirky in a way. It's a much more industrial type of design, whereas the Tonda PF split seconds chronograph is pure elegance. I mean, that's just like an ultra luxurious um, piece, you know, kind of a one and done kind of thing. The price point is pretty similar, don't take me wrong, but that piece is very elevated, whereas you can easily wear something like this anywhere, anytime, with any kind of attire. So, several brands specializing in luxury and collectible watches, including Chapek a company, have embarked developing their own versions of this particular genre. This process was influenced by the growing public awareness of luxury and sporty, elegant steel watches, the demand for alternative designed versions increased accordingly. Chapek company found their way in this niche with a watch of a barrel-shaped case, round bezel and dial, an integrated bracelet tapering from the case to the clasp. Particularly noteworthy are the ingenious central links of the bracelet, shaped as a stylized letter C, as in Chapek, whose width consistently decreases from the case to the clasp. Very cool. And of course, it has the easy release system, right? You know, where you can change onto a leather strap or a rubber band quite easily. The Antarctic chronograph Rattrapante silver gray watch was released in honor of Chapek limited edition chronographs with the vintage Vajra caliber 7733 pre-launched in 2012 before the revival of the brand and the re-registration of the Chapek et Compagnie trade name. The chronographs were produced as subscription watches, which made it possible to raise the funds for the project. The Antarctic Rattrapante is a uniquely designed split-second chronograph with an open dial and a chronograph movement mounted on the side, allowing the watch owner to observe the operation of the complex mechanical device without removing the watch from the wrist. The brand claims that the open-work split-second chronograph on the dial side is a world premiere. The caliber SHX6, Chapek's proprietary caliber found in the present example, was developed in collaboration with Chronode, i.e. Jean-François Majon, a Geneva-based atelier of complications. For it, an atypical scheme was chosen with a single button chronograph and the placement of the chronograph and split-second chronograph mechanisms on the dial side of the caliber. The structure of the movement and accordingly the dial demonstrates a pleasing symmetry with the placement of subdials at 4 and 8 o'clock positions, typical for Chapek's wristwatches. So you can see this is the papers. The chronograph and split-second mechanisms are controlled by the two traditional column wheels, one at the top for the chronograph, one at the bottom for the split-seconds mechanism, mounted along the vertical axis of the dial. The chronograph features a horizontal clutch, which is also a sign of traditional chronograph design, one which makes it more attractive. The dial side of the chronograph parts have a strong industrial aesthetic with a matte, finely short-blasted main plates and bridges with hand-polished chamfers, chronograph springs and levers with straight grinding and hand-polished chamfers, wheels with circular brushing, and black-polished column wheels, screw heads, and studs. A special feature of the SHX6 caliber is the central bridge with 3 rests, again symmetrical, with a mounted planetary gear underneath for minute wheel drive and setting. The back of the caliber accommodates a self-winding system with a central full-sized rotor equipped with a heavy segment made of solid 18-karat pink gold with the Chapek company logo. The balance bridge and rotor both exhibit the same industrial aesthetic as the chronograph mechanism. Comes with a winder case, the papers. Here's another look at that movement from the case back side, which incidentally is less interesting since it was designed to preserve the main attraction to the dial side for this monopusher split second horizontal clutch column wheel chronograph by Chapek, one of only 77 in the silver gray edition. Lot 10 has a starting bid of $33,050. The fixed price can end the auction momentarily at $77,050 in US dollars. The piece has already attracted 2 bids a month in advance of the auction, of the live auction that is going to take place on May 11th in Geneva. All right, so let's talk about at least 2 more. I wanted to most certainly talk about the Chapek Antarctique Rattrapante, the split-second chronograph produced in a limited edition with an open work dial, because that was on the thumbnail. But I also want to talk about these 2 other chronographs, one by Daniel Roth and the other by Roger Dubuis. Let's start with the Daniel Roth. This piece is exquisite, and in many ways it is reminiscent of a lot of the chronographs that Daniel Roth produced for Breguet. One of the first watches that Daniel Roth worked on for Breguet was the Classique 3037, and quite soon the 3237 chronograph. And you can see the visual codes that he laid down at Breguet, namely the dial produced from a gold blank, silvered in a galvanic bath, complemented by an hour track that is finished in a method that is called now Breguet frosting, and the rest of the dial decorated by hand guilloche. Here, the pattern chosen is Clou de Paris, the hobnail pattern, which actually is the more rare variant when it comes to Daniel Roth's watches, because he usually prefers the gaudron, the pinstripes, so to speak, the vertical stripes. In this case, you have a 2-register chronograph that operates with monopusher that is at 2 o'clock, and that is built on the legendary base of Lemania CH27. And of course, you see how the hands that are heat blued stainless steel really jump off that strikingly beautiful dial. This is an 18 karat yellow gold case. And the movement is beautifully finished and nicely exhibited on the back. The bridge is supremely elegant and very unique to Daniel Roth among all these different brands. You can see the anglage shining through in this relatively low quality photograph as well. Geneva stripes on the bridges, the kind of internal angle finishing that you expect to see at a watch of this caliber. Actually, I should specify that being offered in this monopusher configuration, what we have is actually relative, so to speak, of the CH27. I think its code is 15 CHT or 2220 instead of the 2310 or 2320 2-register monopusher, 2220 or 15 CHT. And of course, this one is presented in the Ellipso Curvex, the double ellipsis case that Daniel Roth took particular pride in and didn't give up on, because, as he said, he considered the watch as an object of art first and foremost. This piece is assumed to have been produced in the short interval between 1990 to 1994. Again, quite rare in a lot of different ways, in being a monopusher chronograph and being thus built on the Lemania 15 CHT movements, in being such an early example, in having the Claude Paris decoration rather than the vertical stripes. We can multiply this, but let's read a little bit from the Lot's essay. As always, if you want, I kind of agree. Yeah, it's a supremely elegant watch, and it approaches that lightness, that elegance with a certain lightness, which, of course, at least brings up the image or evokes the image of a studied nonchalance, right? That's one way of rendering sprezzatura. And yes, this is just number 7. I mean, it's pretty early, at least of that particular iteration. But let's read a little bit. In 1990, a year after Daniel Roth started his own brand, launching the Tourbillon wristwatch, he released 2 chronograph models, reference C147 and 137, which is the monopusher version. Both of them could be presented as his reinterpretation of the Breguet style, which he helped establish in the wristwatch form. With the focus on collector's watches, Daniel Roth tended to use his early wrist chronographs, the high-end hand-wound calibers from the Nouvelle Lemania factory, reference C147, his first chronograph, as well as the Breguet 3230, which to some extent can be considered the prototype of the reference C147, were equipped with the classic 2-button Nouvelle Lemania 2310, it should be really, which we may find in high-end Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Roger Dubuis chronographs. Meanwhile, the present reference is powered by the extraordinary Nouvelle Lemania 2220, also known as 15CHT, originally designed in the 1930s, so it harkens back to those vintage monopusher chronographs. Among the notable features are the Breguet hairspring, single button control, classic column wheel layout with lateral clutch, and the chronograph intermediate wheel shifted down to the bottom of the caliber to the balance wheel. From an aesthetic standpoint, the 2220 caliber should be considered outstanding. The large balance wheel sets beautiful proportions, as you can see here. The chronograph mechanism is cleverly placed on the top of the caliber with an intricate Y-shaped chronograph bridge, which harmonizes with the teardrop shape of the escape wheel bridge. The relatively large column wheel is in proportion to the rest of the chronograph mechanism, while the steel flat springs and levers support a beautiful traditional finish with fine straight grinding on the flat surfaces, and polished chamfers on the edge. At the time of the launch of the reference C137, which is the present reference, it was perceived as somewhat exotic. At the moment, there were no high-end monopusher chronographs on the market. The arrival of Roger Dubuis in this market segment occurring only in the second half of the 1990s. Due to the limited availability of the movement's basis, this early chronograph was produced by Daniel Roth in very limited numbers, is now regarded as a truly collectible rarity that's almost impossible to find. monochromewatches.com reports only 52 pieces of this reference were produced, with 16 pieces made in platinum, 36 pieces in yellow gold. This is supposed to be number 7. A Collected Man also mentions a subsequent monopusher chronograph run of 10 or so pieces, which, unlike the present original production run, was equipped with a caliber featuring a swan neck regulator. So in this particular example, you're bidding at number 7 of the initial 52 pieces, and really one of only 36, since this is one of the 36 in yellow gold. I think it's a beautiful piece, really important early example of Daniel Roth's own brands. His rendition of the Breguet style in his now iconic and highly unique ellipsocurvex case shape, and an extremely rare and beautiful watch. Lot number 7 has a starting bid of 49,550 and a fixed price of 110,050 in US dollars, as is the case with Ineichen Zürich. There's no buyer's premium, and the fixed price actually can end the bidding process at any time for a particular lot. In this case, perhaps the piece might not even make it to the auction floor on May 11. It remains to be seen. This was lot number 7 of the independent brands curated and themed auction by Ineichen Zürich. That's going to take place live on May 11 in Geneva. And the piece is a Daniel Roth early monopusher chronograph number 7, one of only 36 in 18 karat yellow gold. Number 8 is Roger Dubuis Sympathie chronograph. One thing that I want to note at the outset is the fact that this singular case shape, and that's kind of a parallel between Roger Dubuis and the Daniel Roth brand that we were just looking at. In its early versions, had also dials and crystals that were cut exactly in that sympathy case, which is neither fully round nor exactly rectangular or square-like. And it's I think it's a beautiful design. It's a very unique design, and it lends itself particularly well to a chronograph, because once again, you have you have a lot of the elements of a classic prestige hand-wound chronograph, which is, of course, in this case, built on that Lemania CH27 base, of course, assembled, finished, and regulated to the standards that we come to expect from a watch that carries the hallmark of Geneva that you can see right here next to the swan neck regulator on the bridge. You see a beautiful, almost porcelain-like white dial with Breguet numerals and with feuille hands that match the pink hues of the pink gold case. Rectangular pushers for the chronograph. Breguet numerals, feuille hands, but also heat blued accents for both the hand for the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock and the centrally deployed hour hand. The tachymeter scale is on the periphery of the uniquely shaped dial, and the movement, as you have just seen, is presented through an exhibition caseback that very subtly carries an impression, pardon me, of the brand's logo. The watch is actually presented on a generic strap and with a, again, generic stainless steel buckle, but you do have a Roger Dubuis box that comes with it. As is usually the case with a lot of the Roger Dubuis watches, it is one of only 28 that comes in this particular combination of the case material and the dial color. But let's read a little more into it. Early pink gold limited edition hand wound 2-register chronograph by Roger Dubuis, founded by Roger Dubuis and Carlos Diaz in 1995. This piece is assumed to have been produced in the late 1990s. The case is an Art Deco shape that mixes a round case with a square, 37 by 37, only 10 millimeters thick. Very beautiful classical proportions, even though the case itself is uniquely shaped. It has, as we mentioned, the Roger Dubuis version of the Lemania CH27. Roger Dubuis calls it RD56, carries the hallmark of Geneva, and actually it is chronometer certified by the Besançon Observatory, which happens to be right across the border in France. And these are aspects of watchmaking that Roger Dubuis really prided himself about. He, first of all, thought himself as a true Genevan watchmaker, hence his commitment to Poinçon de Genève, the Geneva hallmark. And he also aspired to the highest chronometric standards, and that's why he sent his movements to the observatory in Besançon. So if this watch were actually a full set, you would have had a whole certificate from that observatory as well, which you can find, by the way, in many other watches by Roger Dubuis from this period and even a little later. Here's the lot essay by the good folks at Ineichen, Zürich. Founded in 1995, the Genevan watchmaker Roger Dubuis is attracting more and more attention from experts and the collector community alike. The brand was created by its founders to produce high-class watches in line with the traditions of watchmaking, perhaps most convincingly embodied in vintage Patek Philippe watches. This applied not only to the appearance of the watch, but also to the high-class execution of the movements. The founders had good reasons for choosing such a starting point. Mr. Roger Dubuis himself worked for Patek Philippe for a long time and was clearly aware of the most attractive aspects of the heritage of the great brand, which were not always and not fully realized in the current collection of Patek Philippe. Ooh, that's harsh. I couldn't agree more. Go on. Carlos Diaz, the second founder, the co-founder of the brand, also had a vast experience working with the historical design heritage of the leading watch brands of the Art Deco era, especially the 1920s and 30s, including Rolex, Movado, Hermès, Cartier, as well as Patek Philippe. The distinguishing design features of the Art Deco era wristwatches may be found in Frank Müller's Centre Corvex and Long Island watches of the 1990s, the tonneau-shaped cases created by Carlos Diaz before embarking on the venture with Roger Dubuis. The Sympathie chronograph is characterized by special features that are unique to the watches of the first generation of the Sympathie collection. First, the shape of the case is reproduced in the form of the bezel and the dial, as I mentioned, right? Later, you will simply have in here a round dial and a round crystal. These early examples have dials and crystals that are cut exactly in lines that follow the case shape, which is very unique and a lot more desirable, I have to say. It is a very expensive technique. However, it is testament to the brand's uncompromising attitude to quality. Unfortunately, later in the early 2000s, Roger Dubuis abandoned the original Sympathie design in favor of one with a round crystal and dial, much simpler to produce. Secondly, this is worth noting that the case back of the present example features a polished peripheral rim and inner zone of decorated with straight grinding adjacent to a round sapphire crystal, which is decorated with a laser engraved emblem. This is what we were just looking at. And you can see that high polished rim also from this angle. The rim of the case back is devoid of any engraved or stamped inscriptions or emblems, with the hallmarks and manufacturer's marking stamped on the inside of the four lugs. This modesty may now seem uncharacteristic of the brand, as Roger Dubuis changed the style from the early 2000s onwards, and increasingly so under the patronage of the Richemont group, for sure. The collection is since then much more visually striking and filled with different elements. That's why the brand's early watches command sincere respect from experts and purists. In addition to the remarkable design, the 37mm Sympathie chronograph case features an elegantly thin profile. The case is basically 10 millimeters, only 10 millimeters thick. And that is quite impressive for a chronograph with especially an exhibition case back. Of note is the attractive finishing with mirror polishing on the step bezel, top of the lugs, crown and working surfaces of the chronograph pushers, while the delicately convex side of the case and lugs show a meticulously executed vertically straight grinding, which you can observe here. And you can see that the case remains unpolished. The watch is worn, used, but not abused, which is always a delight to see, especially in a watch that is so rare and so precious. The design of the dial reveals the combination, they're saying exactly the same things, of decorative parts and strict technical markings. And as I mentioned, it runs on the RD56, which is produced from the base of Nouvelle Lemania 2310, i.e. CH27, which of course gave us, among so many other great chronograph movements, the Omega 321, which powered the famous chronograph, the Moonwatch. The caliber RD56 is built to a high standard with many technical features close to those of Patek Philippe, such as the distinctive column wheel cap. The movement is adapted to the requirements of the hallmark of Geneva. It is believed that the adjustment of the movement for the chronometer certification at the Besançon Astronomical Observatory, setting far more exact standards than a test from the COSC, and it was personally done by Roger Dupuis. The fact is indicated by the Bulletin d'Observatoire signature on the dial. The movement is finished to a high standard with hand finishing of all parts, with the obligatory hallmarks of the Genevan watchmaking tradition imposed by Pinson de Genève. This includes a swan neck micrometer regulator, and Geneva-style fixing part of the spiral, chamfering, polishing, cote Genève, and perlage for bridges and the main plate. The steel parts of the chronograph mechanism, as according to the tradition, are straight, grinded, and finely beveled. I think this is really an incredible piece. There's already a bid in a month in advance before this piece hits the floor. The starting bid happens to be $38,550 in US dollars. There is, however, a fixed price of $88,050 US dollars. I have another 10 minutes. So if you want to draw my attention to something else, if you have any other watch-related questions, or if you want me to discuss another watch, feel free to send it in with a super chat. I think I will do one more watch for the day before I call it. I will most certainly return tomorrow to talk more about this auction. But in the meantime, sit back and enjoy yourself. Hit the like button if you haven't already. If you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned something from it, I really appreciate you. Thank you for your support and presence. Thank you especially for my friend Jake Brooks, who made a very generous contribution today. And thank you, of course, to my friend Big Meech for being part of the show, joining the panel. I appreciate him. Thank you, everyone, for your questions and interventions from the chat. Keep it coming. For now, I will focus on one more watch, unless something comes through, either in the form of a super chat that directs my attention to a different piece or a different watch altogether, or simply asks me another kind of question. So let me get back to this list. I think it would make sense to focus on De Bethune. I wanted to share, I have tried a pretty unique version of this piece in yellow gold in the retrospective exhibition of De Bethune and F.B. Jean, organized by the Watchbox in their new Los Angeles location. This is basically one of a kind with the baguette sapphires on the case band and the diamond encrusting on the uniquely shaped lugs, the ogival lugs, so to speak. It's really an amazing watch that has a lot of history, and I want to read it, from my description. Then I will see if anything else, if they have added anything else in the lot essay. DB1 chronograph was De Bethune's first offering, and this particular piece is one of the very first to have ever been produced. Essentially a pièce unique thanks to its sapphire set caseband and diamond encrusted lugs. This particular DB1 is an embodiment of that provocative statement once adopted by another favorite maker: to break the rules, you must first master them. If the dial of the piece gestures towards centuries of masterful watchmaking with the heat-blued palm hands against the silvered guilloche dial, the extravagantly ornate and uniquely shaped lugs gesture towards the 2 decades of innovation and experimentation to come under the name De Bethune. The heart of the DB1, which unostentatiously beats under a solid caseback, is likewise a subtle tip of the hat to a century-old legacy. Denis Flegeolet, the horological and artisanal mastermind behind the brand, had earlier developed caliber 045 MC in collaboration with François Pajon in an earlier era as part of Technique Horlogère Appliquée. The two had urged Cartier to revive, as part of their CP-CP series, a modern classic from the interwar period, the Tortue Monopoussoir. Both the CP-CP Tortue Monopusher chronograph and the DB1, to say nothing of the DB8, which would mark the return of that monopusher caliber for De Bethune, are highly collectible today as spectacular achievements of high horology, executed with minimalist perfection and exacting finesse. And as you can see, you have an example of this DB1 in beautiful white golds. In a way, it's even a more pure expression of what I described in that piece. No gem setting. The use of white metal tones it down even. with the case stripped from all the other adornments and embellishments and expressed in, well, executed in white gold, I think you have just a much more dramatic manifestation of all the blue accents of the silvered dial, and of course, the heat blued stainless steel hands that are, of course, can be simply described as Breguet hands. Comes with the matching original pin buckle. The watch is in good condition and has an incredibly slender profile. Only number 14, very early piece. Imagine DB1, number 14, one of the first couple of dozen watches, most certainly. Only 8 millimeters thick, and the official measurement of the diameter is 42, even though it wears quite well. Lot 11. An extremely rare, collectible, charismatic, early white gold chronograph wristwatch from Swiss watchmaker De Bethune, founded in 2002 by Italian vintage watch dealer David Zanetta and French watchmaker Denis Flageolet. The present reference was launched in that same year, cased in 18 karat white gold, 42 millimeters in diameter, 8 millimeters thick, with the signature ogival lugs, solid case back, engraved brand name and reference serial number, number 14, silvered dial produced from a gold blank guilloche grain d'orge barleycorn motif in the center, slightly recessed subdials with fine concentric grooves, just like my friend JB likes them. Chapter ring with dark blue pat printed radial Roman numerals, blued steel Pomme de Breguet hands, De Bethune caliber DB 2002, which is manual winding, power reserve up to 36 hours. For this monopressure chronograph, where everything is operated by this single crown. On a black leather strap with the matching De Bethune pin buckle in 18 karat white gold, De Bethune states only 28 pieces have been produced, one of only 28. I will read the lot essay and we'll say goodbye soon. Please don't hesitate to hit the like button. Currently, De Bethune watches are achieving very good results at auctions, especially pieces from the early days of the company. It should also be mentioned that the brand has never produced watches in large quantities since its inception. De Bethune's production has always had an extremely limited exclusive character. The early De Bethune watches, especially the models that appeared on the market in the year of the company's foundation, 2002, are of great interest to collectors, as the brand's collection developed very dramatically in the early period. Many references appeared. Their production was usually very short, the number of issued pieces very small. DB1 has a unique status that is significant for the history of the brand and its heritage, because it's the first reference, and also because it connects, I think, very provocatively to another high horological goalposts, so to speak, signposts, I should say. In addition, this watch has an interesting feature that further increases its value as a collectible, namely the single pusher operation from the crown itself. Very beautiful, balanced design. In its early years, the brand had just begun to develop its own calibers. The watches released in 2000 and 2003 featured calibers purchased from suppliers. This is also true for this caliber, but of course, it is based on a rare hand-wound monopusher chronograph movement that was designed by THA. And at that time, when they were working on this caliber, it was actually just Flageolet and Jean. Vienne-Alter had already apparently moved on. The caliber is a version of the Cartier 045 MC, originally developed by THA for the reissue of the Cartier Tortue monopusher chronograph watch, based on the layout of early wrist chronographs from the first quarter of the 20th century, whose functions were switched by pressing the crown itself. Of course, the single button and two button chronographs were developed and iterated later. This caliber uses a rare combination of a column wheel control and a clutch via a rocking pinion. After being produced by THA, the rights for the caliber were transferred to La Joux-Perret, a former Jacquet Baume factory, and produced as caliber LJP 5000-4. In 2007, Bucher's watch division purchased THA. Denis Flageolet was involved in the development and production of this caliber. Therefore, it's only logical that he wanted to use it in the collection of the newly founded brand. He used it in DB1 and, as I mentioned, in DB8, which is used to be called football timer because it had that single register for the chronograph, which was a 45-minute totalizer, just like 1/2 of a soccer game. It is, as we mentioned, only one of the 28 pieces produced in these last 20 plus years. Only a few have appeared on the secondary market so far, very rare. The brand has also released this piece in rose gold and yellow gold. And apparently that those were also totaling 22 pieces. The yellow gold, which I just showed you, was one of a kind, both due to this gem setting and being presumably the only one in yellow gold. There are 21 further pieces in pink gold. This particular piece manifests De Bethun's strategy of always striving to create unconventional, special, and spectacular designs without adopting a one-size-fits-all approach. This means that every watch of the brand, there are always style elements that separate in other references and clearly show that it's a De Bethune watch. In the case of the present reference, these stylistic elements include the characteristic bullet-shaped lugs, called ogival lugs by the brand, a chapter ring with pad-printed dark blue radial Roman numerals, as you can see here, the way they are laid out radially. And finally, Breguet blued steel hands and a matte silvered dial produced from a solid gold blank, decorated with two different guilloche motifs. This very unique watch, one of 28, and certainly one of 50 by any counting, if you were to figure in the other case metals, already has a single bid in advance of the live auction on May 11, which will take place in Geneva and which is organized and curated around the theme of independent brands by Ineichen Zürich. The starting bid for this white gold de Béthune DB1 is $77,050 US dollars. There is also the fixed price of $187,100, which can end the auction at any time, which might even keep this piece from going on the auction floor in about a month. As is usually the case, there is no buyer's premium for this piece or any of the lots, or for any of the lots in this auction, which is the disruptive element of Ineichen's new approach. They have been using this method pretty carefully and consistently, both in their online exclusives, which include time lots, and also themed auctions as well. But this one will be actually live on May 11 in Geneva. I believe it is going to be in Hôtel Président Wilson, or President Wilson Hotel in Geneva on May 11, starting at 2 p.m. Central European Time. I will get back to the remaining some 24 lots from this auction tomorrow night. I have already been here with you for a little longer than 4 hours, and it's been a great pleasure. Once again, thank you so much for your interventions, for your contributions from the chat. Thank you for hitting the like button. That is, of course, a great help. If you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute to the channel, you know how. The links are pinned in the chat. They are also included in the video description, and they are now going on the rolling ticker. As you know, this place is a fully independent platform, completely at the behest and absolutely at the service of its audience. I'm not in the pocket of any gray market dealers. I'm not sponsored by the industry. I do this purely for you. I do it simply for the passion of wristwatches, and remaining independent, remaining fully autonomous, allows me to offer you a peace of mind that's not filtered or slanted in any way, that is absolutely truthful, and that looks out for your benefit and your benefit exclusively. So if you want to make sure that the platform remains like that, feel free to contribute. The PayPal is there. The Patreon comes with a lot of extra services and exclusive content. Check it out at the link. You can also use the Cash App as well. All that being said, once again, I want to thank my friend and the very special contributor of this channel, Jake Brooks, for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, wear your watches, enjoy them, and stay tuned until tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Thank you.